Please note that the audience may experience technical difficulties and internet connectivity issues during the webinar, which are beyond the control of the organizer and Docquity. If you encounter any connectivity issues or technical problems which will result in partial completion of the webinar, you may view the on-demand video which will be available at the organizer's Docquity channel in the Docquity application and website.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Manila Doctors Hospital, Department of Pediatrics, 11th Virtual Scientific Forum, Prep School, Partnerships, Resources, Environment, and Parenting. Let us continue our voyage as we present topics concerning our children's environment. For this session, our lecture is brought to you by Sanofi Consumer Healthcare.
Good day, everyone. It is my honor to introduce to you our speaker for today. He is a graduate of the USC Faculty of Medicine and Surgery and took his pediatric residency training at Manila Doctors Hospital. He took his fellowship in pediatric gastroenterology and applied nutrition at UP-PGH, as well as his master's in clinical epidemiology at UP College of Medicine. He is currently the chair of the Committee on Research of the Philippine Pediatric Society, as well as the past president of the Philippine Society for Pediatric Gastroenterology, Hepatology, and Nutrition. He is consultant to numerous government as well as private hospitals, and is a member of the Asian Society for Pediatric Research, Asian Pan-Pacific Society for Pediatric Gastroenterology, Hepatology, and Nutrition, Global Health Network Incorporated, as well as the International Probiotic Association of the Rome Foundation. Friends, let us all welcome Dr. Felizardo Gacheco.
A good day to all of you. As was explained by the World Health Organization several years back, probiotics are actually live microorganisms that, if taken at the correct amount, can actually provide beneficial benefits as far as the human host is concerned, most especially with regard their health. Nowadays, there are 4 species which are internationally recognized globally as good probiotics. And these are your Lactobacillus species, Bifidobacterium species, Saccharomyces boulardii, and your Bacillus clausi. As I have mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, not all probiotics are the same. There was a study done in 2008 wherein they analyzed several probiotic properties with regard to strain and species. And this study showed that unfortunately, 93% of the probiotic products that were studied were incorrectly labeled. Furthermore, around half of them had contaminants in addition to what was declared in the label of the product. And another significant finding was that more than 35% had missing one species that was also claimed on the label. So that's the reason why the World Health Organization are requiring all probiotic manufacturers to register their strains with an international depository so that their benefits can be linked to what strain the product actually contains. The International Society for Prebiotics and Probiotics in 2018 actually has provided us with a checklist in terms of what are the characteristics of a good probiotic product. Number 1, it should be scientifically backed up. The dose is effective. It should be providing specific health benefits. It should be free from any adverse events. And of course, it should be labeled properly so that the consumer will not have a hard time identifying what type of product is that. And in the label, it should explicitly state the name of the microorganism, the dose, the serving size, how they should be properly stored, and in cases of questions, the contact information of the company which actually provided us with the product. As far as the nomenclature of the probiotic is concerned, it should have a complete naming. It should consist of the genus, the species, and equally important are the strains that are supposed to be inherent with that particular microorganism. In 2017, the World Health Organization has reiterated its request that probiotics must be identified by the genus, species, subspecies, and strain designation so that we will be able to identify the strain of the probiotic product. It should also contain the strain, like for example, Bacillus clausii OC and RSINT. So with this complete designation of a particular probiotic microorganism, we can be assured that it is really a good and a true probiotic product. We have also to remember that even strains within the same genus or species may actually differ. And strain designation is important. Normally, it is expressed in alphanumeric style, but we have to remember that different strains, even from the same species, may actually provide different health benefits. Therefore, the efficacy of a probiotic preparation is both strain-specific and disease-specific. That's the reason why when we read clinical guidelines and meta-analysis, we really need to look for the recognized specific strain of the probiotic and what type of diseases it is actually geared to, so that the healthcare providers can take these two factors into consideration when they are now recommending what probiotic will be appropriate for their patients. A study done by Quesabelu in 2020 actually examined 9 probiotic brands, and unfortunately, out of the 9, only 2 actually contained what is being claimed in the label of that particular product. And the rest of the 7 brands actually did not contain what was claimed in the product. Only brands B and G actually contained the correct claim and what is actually contained in that particular product. So this is one proof that not all probiotics will actually be accurate in providing us what they contain as they claimed in their label. In the Philippines, there was a study done wherein they examined 3 different brands of Bacillus clausii that are commercially available. And these are brands B, C, and T. Brand B actually contained not only Bacillus clausii, but also other bacterial strains. And the actual dose was much, much lower at what was claimed in the label. On the other hand, brand C does not have batch number, it does not have any expiration date stated, and upon laboratory examination, they were not resistant to antibiotics. Brand T was likewise contaminated with other non-bacillus spores, and like brand C, they are not resistant to antibiotics. So even though they are claiming that they contain Bacillus clausii, but in actual life, they have different problems associated with the different products that were examined. The difference in strain is quite important because it can give us an information in terms of how the microorganism can tolerate several negative secretions in the gut, like your acid, bile, and enzymes. They will also give us an information in terms of how they will be able to adhere in the GI epithelial cell. Their enzymatic activity, how they resist antibiotic, and how they produce certain antimicrobial compounds are also dependent on what strain these probiotic products actually contain. Equally important is the dosaging. Usually, the dose is expressed in CFU or colony-forming units. CFUs are actually the number of bacterial cells in a particular supplement or lab sample. They are the number of alive and active microorganisms that are supposed to be present in one serving of a probiotic product. On the average, 1 to 10 billion CFUs per serving can actually be contained in a product. Some products may even contain as much as over 100 billion CFUs. However, I must caution you, high CFUs doesn't mean that they are better probiotics as compared to products which have lower CFUs. Different strains have different dosaging scheme. There are no evidence that higher doses are unsafe. However, if you give more as far as what they are requiring are concerned, they may be more expensive and in the long run, unnecessary. If the label of the product does not cite the dose or the amount that the probiotic contains, be doubtful. It may not be actually providing us with what is accurate regarding the probiotic preparation. An example of a good dosaging scheme is like this. Bacillus clausii 4 strains, which contain 2 billion spores in a 5 ml preparation. And the recommendation is for babies and children, 1 to 2 5 ml vial per day is actually appropriate. But the duration of the administration will actually depend on the disease that you are taking care of at that point in time. Another important characteristic why different probiotics differ from each other is the expiration date. Probiotics actually expire. By law, they should be clearly stated in the label. It will provide the consumers with an idea of the shelf life of the product. Some live probiotics even actually die before the expiration date. Hence, its effectiveness actually also dies with it. However, we have to remember that dead probiotics are harmless and also useless in the long run. A study was done wherein after several years of shelf life among these different probiotic preparations, all of them, except for one, actually did not maintain the actual amount that they were claiming when they were being distributed for the very first time in the market. So as the years went by, the amount of the probiotic also decreases, even up to the point that they were already much way below than what is therapeutic or preventive as far as the dose of these probiotics are concerned. Bacillus clausii is one of the better examples of a good probiotic. They are orally ingested, they can transit alive throughout the GI tract, they can colonize the mucosa, and they can survive the GI tract even up to 12 years after the last single oral administration of the probiotic product. They can survive the acidity and the bile environment in the GI tract, and their mechanism of action is actually dependent on the following. They can colonize the free ecological niche, thus not allowing anymore the pathogens to grow and colonize. They can compete for the adhesion in the epithelial cells, and they can produce antimicrobial substances that can be antagonistic against the microorganisms that are supposed to be pathogenic in nature. However, one of the most important criteria that we have to look into is with regard to the efficacy and safety of a good probiotic product. The benefit should be explicitly stated in the label. Nowadays, GI health is the primary focus of why probiotics are being given. And again, this effect is highly dependent on what strain that probiotic is actually providing. Nowadays, we have already enough available evidence about the possible usefulness of probiotic for diarrhea, prevention of antibiotic-associated diarrhea, and improvement of lactose metabolism. However, for other clinical conditions, the evidence are just emerging as of the moment. As far as Bacillus clausii is concerned, There is already a meta-analysis done by the group of Ian Nero in 2018 about its effect on acute diarrhea. 6 randomized controlled trials with nearly 1,300 patients were actually analyzed. And after pooled analysis, they were able to conclude that Bacillus clausi can significantly reduce the duration of diarrhea, likewise the duration of hospitalization, and there was also a positive trend in terms of decreasing the stool frequency per day among those who are suffering from the disease. So they concluded that Bacillus clausi may actually represent an effective therapeutic option in acute childhood diarrhea with a good safety profile. Another important consideration that we have to look into is how we store and keep probiotic products. Like Bacillus clausi, the greater majority of probiotic products are actually orally ingested. Bacillus clausi should not be injected or administered in any other way. If you see visible corpuscles in the bottle of Bacillus clausi, it does not indicate that there is a physical or chemical change in the product. It will still be effective in the long run. If you give Bacillus clausi together with an antibiotic, there should be a time interval of around 15 to 20 minutes in between the administration of your Bacillus clausi and antibiotic. Up until now, there is no known negative interaction of Bacillus clausi with other biological products or drugs. They should be stored not exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, and they remain stable up until 2 years provided you do not open the container of the Bacillus clausi. However, if you happen to open it, it should be administered the soonest possible time to avoid contamination. Safety issue is another important point of discussion when we talk about probiotics. In the greater majority of randomized controlled trials, patients are actually followed up for a possible adverse events. Although up until now, there are no serious adverse events associated with the use of probiotic, some would report mild to moderate GI symptoms like gas, bloating, while others will not even report any adverse event. However, we have to be careful because some RCTs were done and they did not note for any adverse events at all, and that is actually not allowed. In a Cochrane review of 384 studies, 28% did not report any adverse event, while another proportion failed to report any adverse event. So any adverse event, whether directly or indirectly or not at all related to the product, when you are doing a clinical trial, has to be reported so that the consumer will have an idea whether it is safe or not at all. We have to remember that globally, we have 3 probiotic products available. We have probiotics that are yeasts in nature, like Saccharomyces boulardii. We have probiotics that are bacterial in nature, like Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG. And we have your spore probiotic, like your Bacillus clausi. As far as their viability in GI environment are concerned, your yeast and spore probiotics remain unaffected, but your bacterial probiotic may actually be affected. As far as their hindrance of the adhesion of pathogens in the GI tract are concerned, your spore probiotic can effectively do that, but not with bacterial probiotic. However, for yeast probiotic, they are effective in hindering the pathogen because of their bigger size as compared to the bacteria. As far as their acquisition of resistance are concerned, your spore and yeast probiotics cannot do that, while your bacterial probiotic are likely to acquire resistance against antibiotics. We can use yeast probiotic together with antibiotics like your spore probiotic, but for bacterial probiotic, not all of them have that characteristic. your yeast probiotic and spore probiotic do not have any negative interaction with the normal gut microbiota, but some bacterial probiotic can actually cause some changes in the balance of the microbiota in the GI tract. So with that, these are the summary points of my presentation today. We have to know your probiotic microorganisms well because not all of them are the same. Not all of them are similar with each other. We have to know their good characteristics. The genus, the species, and the strain of each probiotic product have to be highlighted. We have to know how to store, keep, and take such products. And the probiotic property efficacy-wise should not only lie on RCTs but also on how we properly use them. And as far as one good probiotic product is concerned, Bacillus clausii will actually fulfill all the expected good characteristics that are present in a good product. So if you happen to recommend probiotic, Bacillus clausii may be one of the better recommendations that we can do for our patients. So with that, I end my short presentation. A good day to all of you.
For this session, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Amy D.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our scientific forum. I am Dr. Amy Goleta D., a pediatric oncologist, and I will be one of the moderators for today's activities. We have prepared various lectures for you, so sit back and relax as we start our program. It is an honor and a privilege to introduce our first speaker, as she has been a pillar not just to the department, but to the Pediatric Society as well. To start off, our first speaker is a graduate of Doctor of Medicine at the University of the Philippines. She had her residency training in pediatrics at the Philippine General Hospital. She attended various training programs such as Hospital Services Management Program at the UP College of Business Administration, Leadership Excellence in Health Profession at Ateneo Graduate School of Business, and Pediatrics in Disasters online training course by the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Center for Global Health, Colorado School of Public Health. She was also a past chair of MDH's Department of Pediatrics and Ethical Review Board, past overall chair, Philippine Pediatric Society Convention, and past president of MDH's Medical Staff Association. She holds various positions in and out of Manila Doctors Hospital. She is currently the chair of the Infant, Preschool, and School Health in Philippine Pediatric Society, chair of Medical Services and Medical Directorate Coordinating Team, Mother-Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative, and co-chair of Hospital Ethics Committee. To talk about school preparedness in disasters, let us give a virtual round of applause to our very own Dr. Cynthia Cuayo Huico.
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you to the second lecture of our 11th postgraduate. It's entitled Disaster Management in School. When disaster strikes, we really don't know. Are we ready? So school must be prepared. Disclosure, I'm not a member of any school administration or faculty, no connection with any pharmaceutical company. My references are the following from the American Academy of Pediatrics Policy and Guidelines, AAP PEDS, CDC Disaster Management in School, International Finance Corporation Disaster and Emergency Preparedness in School, Disaster Risk Reduction Manual 2008 by DepEd, and Yogo Framework for Action 2005-2015. So what is school disaster management? The purpose of our lecture for today is to introduce the 4 phases of emergency disaster management. To illustrate the importance of planning and practice. 3 is to describe how to take an all hazards approach to school emergency managing. And 4, emphasize the importance of collaboration with community partners. What do you mean by disaster? What is it? It is an event that occurs suddenly, unexpectedly, causing trauma to people and or severe damage to the environment and exceeds or overwhelms the response capacity of the affected community. So you have the school so quiet, so beautiful, with the greenery around it. We have it, the Ateneo School, we have the UP Diliman with all the sunflower, having their flag ceremony, and then going up the stairs, and all of a sudden, disaster strikes. And then we have to get them ready. Is the school ready? Are the children ready? Are the teacher ready? Are the parents ready? So let's start. One creates destruction. Once there's a destruction, it becomes so devastating, and there are loss of private and community property. These are the typhoons that destroy our areas. Okay, and then these are some of the earthquake that destroyed us. It disrupts the normal pattern of life, resulting to misfortune. Properties are lost, and helplessness. They don't know what to do. Okay, and then some of the key definition. Is a disaster a hazard? Of course, it's a potential threat to public health and safety. It's always an emergency, an actual threat to public health and safety. And the problem now is the capacity, the way the community copes and responds. And what are the risks involved? These are the consequences of the exposure. These are the vulnerability that determines the risk in a patient, in a community. So if we describe it like this, you have the hazard, the yellow one, then you have the emergency. So what happened? We have to calm down and not panic, because the vulnerability of the community and the school risk depends on its capacity to cope and respond. That's why we have this lecture for today. I lectured this one, same lecture 2014, and this is the after 9 years, here we are. So when disaster strikes, it's an emergency. It's always an emergency. What are we supposed to do? We are actually doing, and it's not enough to balance the balance. To balance. What are the hazards? The hazards we have are the geophysical, hydro, meteorological, ibig sabihin, terrorism, epidemics, civil disturbance, infestation, nuclear radiologic, the floods, the typhoons that we have, the fires that we have. And the Philippines is ranked 2011, the Philippines is ranked number 14. 2000, this is what happened to us. 2014, it ranks second in the weather vulnerability. And then 2022, it ranked behind the rest of Tahiti, etc. Then what are those? These are the typhoons, the earthquakes, the floods, the volcanic eruption, the landslide. So what is an emergency? What is a disaster management? We have to plan, we have to train, we have to test our equipment we're going to use, we have to coordinate activities within the community. So it's a dynamic process. You need some planning, you need some training and drills, you need some testing, you need some equipment, and coordinate the activities in the community. What is an emergency? What is a crisis? It is characterized in school by it varies in scope and intensity. It can happen before, during, or after school hours, and it can happen on and off on the school grounds. But the school is affected. And again, how do we handle it? Emergency management. We have to prevent or mitigate. We have to be prepared of any eventuality. We have to recover, and we have to have a response. So in any eventuality, if you have floods, if you have fire, if you have earthquake, if you have hostage taking, if you have the hurricane, we have to prevent, to prepare, to recover, and respond. This is how we're going to do it. Okay. Prevention or mitigation phase. It is the prevention that decreases the likelihood of repeating the event. Mitigation is the action in school or district to eliminate or reduce the loss of life or reduce the property damage. It is related to the event, to the crisis, particularly those that cannot be prevented, especially the typhoon, the earthquake, the fire. Now, what are the other things we have to consider when you consider mitigation? One is recognize and identify the risk. Then you have to rank and evaluate the risk. How are we going to respond to the significant risk? How are we going to tolerate it? How are we going to treat it? How are we going to transfer and avoid it? How are we going to terminate it? Then the next one is we have to control our resources. We have to have resources to help us alleviate or prevent or answer or treat the event. Then reacting or planning. Then we have to report and monitor the risk we have been undertaking. And then we have to review and the risk management in the framework. These are the 7 R's and the 4 T's. Recognize, you rank, you respond, you tolerate, you treat, you transfer, you terminate. The resources, the reaction, the planning, you report, you monitor, and then you review the risk and the framework. These are how we're going to assess. You identify and evaluate the potential hazard. Then you have a balance beam. Then what are the current capability of the school or the barangay the school is in that will cope with the emergency? Number one, I will show you later on what are the resources within the school, what are the resources within the community. We have to know the resources we can tap. We can, in terms of the human, the material, and other resources that we can tap. Then we develop the emergency management plan. We get organized, who's going to lead, who's going to run, who's going to communicate, to do the communication plan. We conduct the risk assessment for the grade 1 student, for the teachers, for the senior members of the class, for the building. How are we going to assess the risk? We draft emergency management plan, and then we adapt and implement the plan. So you will see later on that the drill must be done on the tabletop. Then taking all the hazards approach, we have natural, we have infectious diseases and biological hazard. We have idea how infectious diseases strike us, like our COVID. Crime and violence, this is not so much in our country. Hazards that is present in the community related to the physical campus of the environment. And then cyber threats. This is getting to be a problem right now. Terrorism, not so much in the Philippines, and school as an evacuation center. This is a hazard also. The school, which we always do in the Philippines, as an evacuation center. So I will start with this one. What are the basic facilities that are needed? What are the basic needs? The physical capability, the command takeover. When will I go back to school? These are the issues and the questions of the children, the issues and questions of the teachers and the employees of the school, the questions that are being given by those who are involved in the school, even the parents themselves and the community. Then when are we going to happen? What happened to my school? When am I going to return back to school? So these are the needs if the school becomes the evacuation center. So when I will show you now the probability and the severity. It can be high, medium, or low, and the probability. If for the severity, it can be low, medium, or high. For example, here if we have a school here in Manila Doctors, the earthquake is a medium hazard. The fire, terrorist attack is a low hazard because we're very safe on that. The typhoon in some area very high, and the flood and the storm surge. So you can assess in your school which is high, which is low, which is low, which is high, and the severity and the probability. This is how you do it. You name all the hazard and plot them here. So you will know how you're going to plot. So what are the basic practices combined with the tailored approach. One is, what is the history? What is the culture of your school? What are the type of risks that you have experienced? What are the safety laws that is being practiced? One is, what are the best practices? What are the tailored approach? The best practices is, we have now the cell phone that will notify everyone. Diba? Before we rely only on the radio, we rely only on the shouting, etc. But now we have all the communication around, and we can manage a tailored approach. The school environment is special, therefore we have to have the means how to communicate it. Next, how do we connect the risk? You have to identify the hazard, you prevent it, and you focus on the prevention, and then you focus also on how you mitigate it. For example, the hazard is the flood. Now we will just have to contain with the community that we have to have some flood projects, so the flooding will be lessened in school. That's number one. In the school that I was in Nueva Ecija, what we did was that we created a space where the flood water can flow, and then can flow to the river, things like that. Next, the physical environment. This is what I'm saying. You have the school building, you have the school ground, you have the surrounding community. So you start, how are we going to prevent the danger that we have in a school? Number one is we have to have a very strong building. We have to have a very good ground. We have to have medical area. We have to have the gym. Okay, then we have to assess what are the facilities, who are the teachers, the janitor, and the ground creepers. They should be part of the assessment. Areas concerned: the building, the roofing, the awning, the windows. They are made of what? Are they easily affected by strong wind? Are they easily affected by rain? So you have flood, you have seeping of water in school. Then you have no flood control. So you have to consider that. You have to call the municipal area to have that. Then access or exit. You have to have the lock, the access, exit, the route. Where will the parents be on the ground, the visibility, surveillance for communication, structural integrity of the stairs. School is an evacuation, and then you have to consider also if you're going to agree that the school can be an evacuation center. Prevention and mitigation in the school ground. Do we have buildings outside? Do we have a buffer wherein you can secure your student? Is the campus? Where are the entries to the campus? Where are the trees and the shrubs surrounding the building, the hidden areas? Do you have emergency vehicle access? Do you have unsafe equipment within the campus? Like, for example, you have a bar that is no longer used, where the children can play, but it's destroyed. It's not properly maintained. Do you have a swing that is not functioning very well? Do you have a door that is not being locked? Do you have chairs that are not properly functioning? Prevention and mitigation, the surrounding community. Do you have traffic control and safety? Is the neighborhood safe? Nearby hazard? Planning and evacuation. This is very important, the neighborhood and the community, for you to know where is the route of your evacuation. If you don't know your neighborhood, how will you know the route? Okay? Is there any violence? Positive culture. When there is, how do you prevent violence? Positive culture, meaning if you think that there are a lot of siga around, a lot of just like in the States, you should talk to them, welcome them, connect with them, and respect them. Have their children to be in the school. And then some violence, I don't know. I don't think this is very possible. Wala namang nag-aamok sa atin, hindi ba? And then warning sign usually, especially if the school is very near the alcohol where they go and drinking. I know in some of our schools, the sari-sari store or alcohol are not being sold within certain distance from the school. Okay? What about infectious diseases, the pandemic flu, the COVID? We had this one. So we have to have routine cleaning of the cleaning procedure. We should have healthy hygiene and etiquette. We should have uh, social distancing. We should have education and outreach. We should have school closure, for example, if just like what COVID, our experience in COVID, and then we should have vaccination. As a matter of fact, our bivalent vaccination is around. If it is around, let us vaccinate our children. Let us coordinate with the DOH. They have it already. It arrived. So infectious diseases, it's not the pandemic flu, but it's the virus, the COVID virus right now. But the pandemic flu is with us year in and year out. So we have to manage also the flu. Food safety and defense. Food safety, we seldom had experiences with food safety. In Manila Doctors, we had an experience that there was food poisoning in one of the nearby school. So we had, it's because of the they changed they changed the one who's bringing the food for the teachers during the time that they were checking the exam. So I think we had about 30 patients within the hospital with vomiting and diarrhea. Then food depends. To prevent the intentional contamination, I think this is very rare, but it might happen. Okay? What can you do in summary? Conduct assessment of the school building. Okay ba yung building natin? Wala bang tumutulo? Okay ba yung building natin? Walang bumabagsak na bintana? Okay ba yung grounds natin? Walang mga hukay-hukay? Walang hukay. Kasi pag may hukay, pwedeng ma-slip, ma-disgrasya yung mga bata. Yung ating bang mga toys, mga equipment for their playground, okay siya, properly maintained. Then the surrounding community, wala ba dong mga malinis ba siya? Walang mga basurahan, kasi with the basurahan na hindi malinis, magkakaroon tayo ng problema. Work to improve the culture and climate in school. How do we do that? We have to have some part of during the flag ceremony, we have to take note, and then we have to develop the report whenever there is an unusual in the school. Then implement violence prevention programs. Like for example, any incident that you might think, report to the principal, or there's somebody to investigate immediately. Establish a threat assessment process. We should have a group that will assess from grade 1 to grade 6, from first year, grade 6 to 11, 10, 12, 10, 11, 12 year. You should have a system wherein you have to establish assessment process of what's happening from flag ceremony until the children are discharged. Develop plans and procedure related to the specific hazards such as infectious diseases and food safety. Check natin ang ating canteen. Check natin kung nagre-recycle sila ng food. Check natin kung may napapanisan tayo ng food. Because we have a responsibility to our students, we have a responsibility also to our teachers and other employees. So if this is the school, you have the school, you have the playground. Be sure that it is safe, everything is properly prevented, and then you have the trees that will give the greenery to us. Then you have the clinic. Then you have the playground, which is properly maintained. Then you have the waiting area for the parents. This is very important. Then you have the coming out and coming in. Okay, coming in and coming out, the pagbaligtad lang natin. This is very important. The environment in the school. The environment in the school should be very, very, very much properly maintained because of the buildings, so there won't be any accident, there won't be any fire. There should be fire extinguisher. There should be training, for example, tabletop training regarding that. Now, there should be medical facilities. You should know where the medical facility is. It very near your school? Is the fire station? Where is the fire station in your area? The police station, the barangay hall, any transportation that you can make use. If anything happens in school, then do you have hospital contact numbers? It should be present in the principal's office or in the office of the clinic. The fire station, the police station, telephone number, the barangay chair, the parents and guardian. You should have in a school the telephone numbers of all the children per section. Okay? So how do we mitigate again? We should be prepared. We should plan. We should manage. We should be organizing. We should be training. We should be equipping. We should have exercise. We should have creating groups that will handle it. We should be monitoring. Oh, how are the groups now? We should evaluate and we should be improving the things that we have done. This is effective coordination and enhance our capability. How are we going to do that? We can do that to prevent and protect against any invaders, anything, kahit na flu siya, kahit na fire siya, kahit na wala tayong magagawa kung flood, wala tayong magagawa kung COVID like that. Okay, but we have to respond very well. We have to recover. We have to create resources. We have to mitigate. And these disasters, how do we prepare? This is the cycle. We have to plan. Paano ba tayo nagpa-plan? You have to organize who's going to be the leader, who's going to be the sub-leader, and then sub-leader in, for example, you have a sub-leader in the elementary, primary, in the elementary, in high school. You have a sub-leader on the north side, on the south side, on the east side, on the west side. You have a sub-leader on the first floor, second floor, and third floor. Okay, and then the sub-leader can have will prepare the planning. You should have training. There are a lot of training that is available. You should be equipped. You should be properly equipped. Like for example, for fire. How many fire extinguisher do you have in school? We should invest in fire extinguisher. And once you have the fire extinguisher, you should know how to handle fire extinguisher. Very exciting. I did one. We have it in Manila Doctors during our fire drill. We're practicing on how to handle fire extinguisher. Then we have to exercise. We have once or twice a year, you have to have some exercise. Then how to go up the stairs. You thought you can do that. When there's flood, how to go up the stairs. When you have, then you have to evaluate what have you done, what are the changes you're going to do, and take corrective action. So preparedness this is the cycle of preparedness. You have to plan, you have to organize, you have to know the proper people in the right places, you have to train, you have to equip yourself, you have to exercise, you have to evaluate, and you have to take corrective action. You be the incident commander. Ito na yon. The incident commander in any situation. You have the public information officer, sa yung walkie-talkie talk. Then you have the liaison officer and the safety officer. Sila yung meron tayong operations. These are the site security, the health service, first aid, the mental health response team, the student supervisor, the student parent reunification. Ito kasi dapat lahat ng student natin may number at kailangan kung how are you going. You should have student leaders. You should have from the student leaders group by group natin para hindi tayo makwan. If for example there are 30 students, kung isa lang ang magtatawag diyan, dapat i-group mo na yan ng 5. Okay? Para isa lang ang magtatawag. Then do you document? Because why do we need to document? Because we will do better next time. Okay? Then you have to analyze the situation. You have to legislate. What do you mean by legislate? You should have some guidelines. You should have some guidelines on who's going to get out of the room, who's going to do the food, the logistics and the food services, who's going to the faculty and the materials, the facilities and the material, who's going to, there should be a facility manager, there should be a communication manager. So, dapat nagpa-practice tayo ng paano transportation, paano tayo lilikas, paano ang mga pagkain nito, how do we face, how are the faculty, how is the facility right now, anong iiwanan natin? Diba? Then the finances, dapat meron tayong budget for this one. You should have budget for training. You should have budget for planning. You should have budget for the equipment you're going to put. Dapat yung mga equipment natin may expiration. Okay? The criteria for the response or decision for a lockdown. This is very important because you have to recommend to the DepEd, you have to recommend to the municipality, you have to recommend, are we in for a lockdown? What are the immediate threat of violence? No one enter or leaves the school building or ground. No one. What are the defined procedure of locking the doors and windows? Sino may hawak ng susi? Paano pupuntahan kung nalock sila doon? Kung magkasunog, paano silang makukuha? Consider also there should be lockdown between class periods. Consider also student with special needs. Ito yon. Yung student with special needs, you have to consider that. Ito yung sinasabi ko na there should be tabletop exercise. If you have planned it, magplano kayo para you can time. Time is very important. Timing of the exercises that we have. The most efficient way where you're going to get out of the school, the most efficient way where you can gather the teachers, you can gather the students, efficient way where you can communicate with the parents, paano silang kukuhanin, efficient way kung bubuksan lahat ng pinto, yung ganun bang tipo, sa tabletop natin. Kaya dapat malaman natin yan. Para yung gagawin natin sa labas, it's just a repetition of your tabletop. Okay, you practice making decisions, like for example, who's going to get out first? Okay, where are they going out? Who's going to make the decision on when is the time, how many are going out, who's going to test the ground. Engage community partners. Like for example, may mga barangay dyan na pwede namang tumulong sa atin. Evaluate natin ang plan including the community partners. And then we clarify or coordinate the rules that we have. We identify the resources. Ito kasi, hindi ko alam kung ang DepEd, hindi ko alam kung ang private schools, meron silang budget for disaster. I'm pretty sure mayroon. Sa states kasi meron sila. And then you have to build relationships to participate, enhancing each capability. Ano ibig sabihin niyan? You have to engage the parents. You have to engage the community around you. Kasi hindi pwedeng nag-iisa tayo. So, from the tabletop drills, pwede tayo mag-earthquake drills, di ba? Nag-earthquake drills naman tayo and we're part of it. Full-scale exercise tayo. We join the national earthquake drill. You join your community earthquake or fire drill. Para, ang saya, pagka you can have the feel. Okay? Then emergency drills. Define the frequency, responsibility, and procedures for fire evacuation drill. Pagka we have experienced that. We have a fire in the nearby hotel. So how did we do it? How did we evacuate our NICU patients? How did you evacuate where did we evacuate them? Nagtayo kami ng hospital sa rehabilitation area namin. The severe weather drills. Anong ginawa namin nung pagkabaha na rito? Anong gagawin namin? Ang food ng Manila Doctors, like example lang ito ha, ang food ng Manila Doctors is good for 1 week. Nagla-lockdown drills, pwede kaming mag-lockdown. May madyong set na kayo dyan para pwede kayong mag-madyong. No? Biro lang yun. You can have the lockdown drills because that can be part of for example, hindi na tayo makauwi. Then earthquake drills from the top of the building going down. Sino uunahin? Sino yung dadamputin? Sino yung kakargahin? Practice and test if it is okay. Then evaluate. After that, you report. Then tingnan natin kung ano yung mga contingency na nagawa natin. Define the emergency management. Define natin ang frequency ng fire, severe weather drift, earthquake, and tsunami or storm surge. Kami dito, identify mo na dun sa location ninyo. Practice the test after the action reporting and yan. Then require extensive planning pagka full-scale exercise. Mag-tabletop muna, magkaroon tayo ng time, movement of time para magkaroon tayo ng ng tamang oras, hindi yung, half day lang tayo dyan, kaya na natin yan. Paano uuwi yung mga bata sa eskwelahan? Should we include community partners? Of course. Should we be focused on in specific elements also of emergency scenario? Focus lang tayo sa umpisa. Pero yung focus na yon, halimbawa sa fire drill, madaming nadadapa. Anong gagawin mo pagka napilayan? Okay? Identify address gaps that may exist in the current plan. Like for example, yung mga napilayan, or for example, may naiwan pala kasi hindi pala nakakarating yung fire alarm dun sa area nila. You have to consider that also. Then resources needed during the emergency. Where do you have go kits? Anong content ng go kits? Transportation services. Ano yung transportation services for you to evacuate? Siyempre, we have to consider the barangay, we have to consider also our parents, food services and comfort items, shelter in a place. So, these are the things. Sa Go Kids, dapat meron tayong food for those na nag-hypoglycemia. That's number one. Meron tayong change of clothes na minsan. Meron tayong flashlight, meron tayong biscuits, meron tayong water. Okay? Tapos dun sa mga may sakit sa Go Kids, dapat meron kang 1 week supply of your medicine. Okay? Next. Administration Go Kids. The list should be, and all students should have special needs, especially the prescription, the dietary needs, and confidentiality of the dietary needs of these students. Then, for the school personnel, ano yung kailangan nila? For the school emergency procedure, for the key persons, the key contact persons in the barangay, parent-students reunification plan. Pagka ang eskwelahan, na-imagine nyo na, nagkakagulo ang mga parents. The ID must always be on. The parents must have their ID also. Hindi pwedeng kung kanino lang ibibigay. Somebody should manage the gates. So they know that kung kanino napunta ang bata. Baka at the end of the day, ang ating emergency, nagkaligaw-ligaw na ang mga bata. You should have a whistle. And then you should have something that, if kung isang whistle na mahaba, isang whistle na maigsi, dalawang whistle, anong mga meaning yan? In your community, in your school, dapat alam na natin, isang whistle na mahaba, assemble. Dalawang whistle na mahaba, lakad tayo. Things like that. You have to consider that. Hot or bright-colored vests for visibility, especially the leaders. Battery-operated flashlights and batteries. Then batteries itself. Then utility to turn off. Who's going to turn off the utilities that we have? Emergency communication device, walkie-talkie talk, and then first aid kit with instruction. Dapat pagka nag-evacuate na tayo, meron tayong first aid kit. I mean, these are all gastos, but I'm pretty sure we can request. Kung hindi pa tayo nagre-request sa ating mga konsihal, kung hindi pa tayo nagre-request sa ating barangay, I think it's about time that our own school must have all of this. You should have the Go Kids for the kids, the Go Kids for the children or the teacher, the Go Kids for the other employees, the Go Kids for the bossing, the principal, etc. First aid kit also, you should have the first aid kit. You should have a communication, walkie-talkie talk tayo, o kaya yung paging system natin, yung malaking paging system natin, dapat meron tayo nun. Sino hahawak niyan? Dapat meron na tayong organization. So after this siguro, I lectured this 2014, and I'm pretty sure most of the school have this because it's a requirement of DepEd already. Practice tayo kasi alam niyo naman ang panahon ngayon, hindi natin alam kung kailan babaha. Hindi natin alam kung kailan babagyo ng malakas. Hindi natin alam kung merong bumabagsak dyan na building or nag-earthquake. Kaya nga, pakita ko sa inyo, ang Philippines kasi natin is number 5 na sa typhoon, sa landslide, etc. Okay? Kailangan nating lahat ito. The Go Kids themselves, for the students, the whistle, etc. Communication and media to the parents. The public information officer. Dapat meron na nito. This reports officially to the incident commander. Ganito pala siya, makwento ko lang. In an incident area, dapat meron tayong commander, may vice commander, and everybody reports to him, and then may sub-commander din tayo. Tapos may public information officer tayo, siya na yung bahala doon sa mga pupunta sa atin, like the newspaper, the television, etc. And we should have a template for media statements. You have to remember that we're dealing with children and the children have their own rights. Baka tayo masisi kung maglalabas tayo ng mga picture. Okay? Prior to the communication, and then meron tayo dapat communication with the parents and guardians. Okay? And then the staff and the students. Ano yung communication to the parents and guardian? We should tell them na meron tayong drill. They should be part of the drill. The parents must not be forgotten if there is a drill. Kasi sila yung kukuha ng mga bata. Turuan na natin sila na dapat kuhanin na sila. Then the staff and the students themselves, no? Dapat isa-isa natin marunong silang mag-drill. Body system. We have the body system para mas mabilis. Okay? The student accountability. Ito yung napaka-kuriret. Kasi dapat bawat room, bawat teacher, may identification, kakilala mo yung bawat classroom teacher. Before classes, during classes, in between classes, after classes, in case of an emergency. Dapat kilala mo ng classroom teacher natin, ang kanyang mga pasyente. Dapat kilala din niya, makikilala niya yung mga parents. Dapat may sistema tayong sa buong eskwelahan na sinusunod na nakasuot ng ID. May kuna din tayo na pag hindi ibibigay doon sa ating security guard, na hindi ibibigay ang bata, kundi doon sa parent or doon sa identified who's going to fetch the child. Kunyan, when my daughter was in Poveda, meron kami doon isa, si Baguio. Basta makita ka pa na lang, Clarissa Hueco, na mamo nandito na. Parang hindi niya ibibigay kung hindi yung sinabi mo who's going to get the child. Okay? Parent guardian identification need to for accurate contact information. Dapat yan, may bawat classroom, meron ka ng list ng parents, tapos parent leader, kasi hindi kayang kontakin ng teacher yan. Kailangan niyang kontakin ng kaniyang i-activate mo yung iyong parent-teacher, di ba? Pag na-activate mo na yan, sila ang bahalang kumontak. Kung hindi po pwede yon, ang teacher na lang lahat yan. Define the notification procedure. Meron tayong code regarding that. And then kung paano, sino ang tatawagan, sino ang tatawag, sino ang tatanggap ng tawag, paano i-report mo kung tatawagan mo kung sino yung hindi natawagan, sasabihin mo. All the reporting must be properly documented. Need for instruction also for parents and guardian. Photo identification. I know we're very strict on this now. Pwede rin yan. Kung wala tayong signals, kasi kung minsan ang mga photo natin nakalagay sa cellphone natin, dapat meron ka nang nakaprint na yung ID ng mga teacher, ID ng mga parents, ay meron sila at meron ka ng corresponding ID sa katapat ng folder mo. Dapat ang folder mo may ID ng bata, litrato, may ID rin ng sino yung kukuha sa kanya para hindi tayo mahirapan. Kasi nagkakaroon tayo ng, ay saan napunta yung anak ko, etc. Mahirap yan. We're dealing with a lot of children in school. Dapat all are properly identified, all are properly located, all are properly endorsed to their respective guardians or parents. Okay? Ito yung persons with special needs. This is very confidential, hindi mo sasabihin. Kasi syempre, alam naman natin, pagka may pilay na siya, etc. Pero this is very confidential. Napaka-sensitive nito. May visual defect, may hearing, mobility defect, may cognitive, may attentional disability, may emotional disability, may medical disability. This is also included in your planning. Kasi may mga school na meron kayong children with special needs. These are special children. Kung halimbawa sa regular classroom, 10 ang alaga mo na ikaw ang bahala dito, kasi 40 yung sa klase, so 4 groups siya. Dito baka dalawa lang kasi it's very difficult to handle persons with special needs. Kasi may mga eskwelahan tayo that handle this one. They have to be properly identified, properly guided. And then the parents are properly informed regarding this. Siyempre, hindi na sila makakatawag sa parents nila. Kasi yung iba, hindi naman nila alam tawagan. So, special attention should be given to this kind of students. Then, how do we, the preparedness phase, ito yung summary, getting the training, the incident command, define the response strategy, practice, line up resources, communicate, develop student accountability, reunification procedure, and address the needs of those persons with disability. Okay? So, sa response natin, we have to have a well-rehearsed emergency plan that enable coordination of the rescue and response. We have to mobilize emergency services and first responders. Meron tayo yan sa community, meron tayo yan outside of the school, meron tayo dapat yan inside the school. Response is doing what you plan to do. So, nagta-tabletop exercises tayo. Key elements of the response. You assess the situation, you activate the emergency response team, the incident command system, you deploy the resources and make informed decisions doing it, work with the first responders first, then decide evacuation or lockdown or sheltering phase, account for students, faculty, staff, reunify with the parents, guardian of the student, initiate recovery phase, assess the problem. All of this must be properly guided. Meron tayong guide regarding this. Meron tayong protocol regarding all of this. And then after that, we have to go to the incident commander and we will report what happened. What are the incidents that is very difficult, protocol that is very difficult to follow? What are the protocols that we have to maintain? What are the other protocols that we have to add? This is very important for us to have a very efficient emergency response. The key success to response is training what you do first phone calls, grab go kids, develop and execute the incident action plan. Meron ba tayong incident action plan? Dapat mayroon. Kasi kung hindi, kaya nga sinasama namin in every meeting ito, we should be trained on what are we going to do first. We should have the first phone calls. We should have the grab go kids. We should develop and execute the incident action plan. Okay, paulit-ulit po ito kasi gusto kong i-emphasize that we have to activate the incident command system. We have to coordinate with the first responders. We have to adapt the evolving situation. Like for example, nag-earthquake, yun pala hindi ka na makalabas. Nangyari na ito sa atin, di ba? Naipit kami dito sa Manila Doctors, hindi na kami makauwi. So how are we calling, di ba? Decide the response strategy, account for students, reunify with the parents and guardians. Dapat mag-time motion tayo sa accounting of student. Pag kami fire drill or evacuation drill tayo sa eskwelahan, dapat meron tayong time, dapat ita-time natin. Kasi pag hindi mo tina-time yan, baka, ang tagal-tagal natin, hindi pa tayo nakakalabas ng eskwelahan. Communicate with the parents and guardians and ask their permission and the media about it. Somebody lang, you should have somebody who's going to talk to the media. Hindi lahat pwedeng magsalita sa media. There should be a spokesperson. Okay? So, during the recovery, you restore the affected area to the previous state. You recover your recovery efforts for the building, for the repair, re-employment, reopening. Efforts to build back better, reduce the risk of inherent disaster in the school. So, sa recovery phase, ayan na yan. We assist everyone, healing process, restore educational operation of the school. Okay, you have the physical structure to be restored, the business as usual, the restoration of the learning environment, psychological. Ito po yung napakahirap, psychological and emotional. You have to talk to the parents, we have to talk to the teachers, we have to talk to the students. Hindi lang po kasi estudyante ang mahirap mag-recover, pati na po yung mga leaders, pati na po yung mga teachers, pati na po yung mga parents. So lahat po tayo ay nangunguy-nguyan kasi it's very difficult to recover. More effective, prepared We have to plan and prepare. We have to have inventory of our assets. We have to communicate to everyone psychological first aid. We have the recovery challenge, depends on the nature of the scope of the emergency. Sa traumatic events naman, sinama ko na ito kasi dahil madami tayong traumatic events, di ba? Collision or accident, death of a student, and then suicide tendency, extensive physical damage like severe weather, floods and fire. Recovering from damaged building, assess and document the damage, determine the need for repairs, etc. Business and fiscal recovery, the payroll and financial system, registration, the records, succession planning, the academic recovery of the student, okay, psychological. I want to emphasize this one. Immediate action. We should have the first aid for school, psychological first aid for school. I think if you have somebody who knows how to handle it, do it now. Kasi this is very important. Long-term counseling and then commemoration and memorials, yung mga sa may mga nangyari, and key dates for the anniversaries. These are very important for the psychological and emotional recovery. Ito yung sinasabi natin, what to expect in school in the absence of intervention. We just take time to have the children adjust to the disaster aftermath, essential to promote academic achievement. It reduces cognitive functioning. It reduces concentration. You have sleep problems. You have depression. You have increased absenteeism. You have increased suspension, expulsion. Parang ang layo, decreased graduation system. Therefore, we should take time in helping these children. Okay, we should have inventory, assess the damage, and partnering with the mental resources. We will help, for example, here in the hospital, and how are you going to help with the mental recovery of the children? That's very important. Okay, so AAP have said, American Academy Policy, the supply of food and water for disasters, it should increases with the allotment of food, 72-hour supply tayo daw. At most, 72-hour supply. Okay, yung standard 5.601, first aid and emergency supply adds items such as flashlight, whistle, tanggalin na yung mga gamot kung hindi lang kailangan. Okay, standard for disaster planning, you have training and communication. It must be very comprehensive, etc. Like the one that I present, this is we can make this available kasi may mga nakasulat na dito na dapat yung gawin, the checklist. Okay, the standards of emergency evacuation drills, policy of expanse, the type of events you have to drill, the exercise. You can see more, I will give this one. And then you have to remember the school is part of the DepEd, you need to have some hospital or clinics. You have to have some government agency that will help us, the fire department, the NGOs, like the PPS, Philippine Pediatric Society, law enforcer, the public works, and of course the media and organization. Everybody must be part of the system. What is the order of the day? You have a database of the academic, of the student, availability of telephone numbers of fire department, the hospital, the children with special needs, sino sila. Identify the possibility of disaster in your school, protocol for fetching the student. Do you have incident response team? Do you have what are the responsibility of the teachers before, during, and after the disaster? What are the responsibility of the non-academic staff before, during, and after the disaster? What are the responsibility of the principal before, during, and after the disaster, the assistant principal, etc.? What are the responsibility of the student before, during, and after the disaster? What are the responsibility of the parents before, during, and after the disaster? Meaning, everybody in the community must have a responsibility during, before, and after the disaster. Then we should schedule the drills. As a matter of fact, this child who is just new in school, this one, the Savior Boys, the children on the street, my children, these are my two children. We should have an umbrella supposedly protecting them. So we have to rely on God, but before we rely on God, we rely on the things that we have to do first. We have to do the disaster management before we can rely on God. So if I'm willing to answer any question, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kwayuhiko, for that very informative lecture. Our next speaker is a graduate of Doctor of Medicine at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. She had her pediatrics residency at the UP Philippine General Hospital. She also had her subspecialty training in adolescent medicine and clinical toxicology at the same institution. She is the head of UPPGH's National Poison Management and Control Center and the training coordinator of post-residency fellowship training in clinical toxicology. She is also the vice president of the Philippine Society of Clinical and Occupational Toxicology and the president of the Philippine Society of Adolescent Medicine Specialists. To talk about the common toxic exposures of children at school, let us all welcome none other than Dr. Nerissa Dando.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Nerissa Dando from the National Poison Management and Control Center of the Philippine General Hospital, University of the Philippines, Manila. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of the 11th Scientific Forum of the Department of Pediatrics of the Manila Doctors Hospital with the theme Prep School, Partnership, Resources, Environment, and Parenting. For inviting me to lecture on is the school environment toxic, pesticides, and their effects. The kids are back to school again face-to-face after attending classes virtually for the past several years due to the pandemic. And so the old concerns are back again also with regards to the safety of the school environment for our children. And so for this session, the learning objectives are as follows. Enumerate the common toxic exposures of children in the school with emphasis on pesticides, describe the adverse effects of pesticides on children, and recommend measures on how to prevent toxic exposures. Our children lives in a complex environment. There's so many risks in different media under unique circumstances, and their vulnerability makes them have more toxic effects compared to the adults in different settings. For this discussion, we will be concentrating on the setting of the school, mainly because there are so many emerging issues in the school environments. That's why it's one of the major problems in the children's environmental health, aside from lead poisoning and asthma. And there's so many potential environmental hazards in school, the poor indoor air quality, and of course, a lot of exposure to different chemicals. Mainly the heavy metals, lead and mercury, the toxic chemical asbestos, different laboratory chemicals in the experiments, and of course the cleaning agents and the pesticides. There are so many common asthma triggers, both allergic and non-allergic causes, and one of them, of course, for the non-allergic causes is your pesticides. Other exposures may be secondary to dietary causes, community exposures, and contaminated drinking water when it's leached from soils to the groundwater. There are also incidences of mass chemical poisoning secondary to pesticide contamination. Who can forget the one that happened in Bohol among school children in 2005? So what is a pesticide? It's a chemical used for controlling, preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating troublesome or destructive effects of animals, mostly insects. An inherently poisonous non-selective substance that can also harm man and the environment. Simply put, pesticides are poisons that are designed to kill or control living things, examples of which are your roach and ant spray, the flea bombs, the rat poison, the weed killer, the mothballs, and the insecticide shock. Pesticides are classified differently. So some are classified according to the target organisms, like if they're insecticides, fungicides, or rodenticides. Effects in pests, whether they're attractant, defoliant, or repellent, the source or the origin, whether it's inorganic or organic compounds, and of course, the chemical nature or the chemical structure of the pesticides, whether they're organophosphates, organochlorines, or pyrethroids. The Center for Disease Control eventually simplified the different types of pesticides according to the following. Disinfectants, also called antimicrobials, are regulated by the EPA. Examples include, of course, the cleaners, even the swimming pool chemicals, and the famous bleach. So to prevent contamination or prevent complications, disinfectants should be used on hard surfaces and objects, not on people or animals, and always read and follow product label. The next type is your fumigants. Fumigation is a pest control method in which a pesticide gas or vapor is released into the air or injected into the soil to kill or eliminate pests. So for prevention, the most effective way to reduce the risk for fumigant health effects is for restricted use by the professionals only. The next is your fungicides. Obviously, it kills the fungus or slow the growth of fungi and their spores, and they can be used on plants or other surfaces where mold or mildew grow. So for prevention of complications, preventing fungal growth by eliminating moisture and keeping areas clean and dry is the most effective way to prevent exposure to your fungicides. Next is your herbicides. These are designed to kill plants, usually for controlling weeds, and they are commonly used on residential lawns. So carefully choose an appropriate herbicide and always follow the instructions on the product label. Do not apply more of the herbicide than is directed on the label. Keep children and pets away from the treated areas. And the last three are the most common ones that we encounter. The insecticides, which are chemicals designed obviously to kill the insects. They are used in agriculture, public health, industry, businesses, and households. So carefully, again, read and follow any instructions on the product label. Choosing an appropriate targeted insecticide can minimize the risk of harm to non-targeted living things. Repellents are very famous to our children. These are products applied to surfaces that discourage pests from landing or climbing on that surface. So for the safe and effective use of these pesticide products, always read the product label before using the product again. So just apply enough repellent to cover exposed skin and or clothing. Although for children below 2 years old, we try to avoid applying directly to the skin and instead apply to the cloth. Rodenticides are pesticides obviously to kill the rodents. Examples of which includes example of rodents includes your mice, rats, squirrels, etc. These rodenticide baits are designed to attract animals and may also be attractive to children and pets. So they should always be used or stored out of their reach, and the tamper-resistant bait station should be used for further precaution. So again, there are many classes of pesticide. The insecticides are grouped into your organochlorines, organophosphates, carbamates, and your synthetic pyrethroids. Your herbicides are to kill the plants, rodenticides to kill the rodents, fungicides the fungus, and the fumigants whatever, the rest of the other pests. There are also pesticide labeling, and the pesticides are labeled according to their toxicity. In the US, the EPA, or Environmental Protection Agency, uses the 4 toxicity classes, 1 to 4. The signal words are used to identify these classes as follows. So class 1, this is the most toxic category, which you have danger and poison label. The class 2, which is moderately toxic, there's a warning label. And the class 3 is the slightly toxic, there's a caution label. And the class 4, which is the least toxic, no signal word is required to label these pesticides. Locally, from the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, the toxicity rating is almost the same. We have category 1, 2, 3, and 4 with the same signal words: danger, poison, warning, harmful, and 3, caution, and no signal or no word for the class 4. But they added a color band. So you have a red for danger, yellow for warning, blue for caution, and green for non-toxic pesticides. So where are pesticides found? Again, you can see them in the agricultural fields, of course, as a pesticide drift in your fruits and vegetables, as a residues in some household products, in public housing, especially during constructions, and mitigation of pest control and contaminated water. And of course, the one that we are concerned about, the childcare centers and school. Now, spraying of these pesticides at home and in school increases the risk of exposure to children due to their higher concentrations near the floor. They also are persistent in some surfaces, such as your carpets and soft toys. And of course, the overuse and misuse of pesticides let the children a higher risk for exposure for these pesticides. Children's activities also contribute to inhalation of these pesticides, like crawling, playing close to the floor, their hand-to-mouth and object-to-mouth activities. So what are the health effects of this pesticide exposure? In acute high-dose exposure, you have several CNS manifestations like dizziness, headache that may lead to tremors, seizures, and even coma. Cardiovascular effects includes cardiac irregularities and hypertension, while respiratory effects includes difficulty of breathing. The GI manifestation is very common. That includes your nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and salivation. And for the integument, you have so many rashes and sweating that may eventually ensue upon exposure to these acute high doses of pesticides. Now, classes of insecticides are these are the classes of insecticides that are commonly used for insect control indoors, like your pyrethroids. They are allergenic and they cause CNS toxicity at high levels, and they can cause seizures in some patients. Okay? So you have your insect sprays, the insect repellents, which are contained your DEET or diethyltoluamide, and of course your famous mosquito coils. So what happens when you spray these insects or these cockroaches? They have seizures, right? So you have the same manifestations if the children or humans are exposed to these pyrethroids. Then the other one is your cholinesterase inhibitors, which includes your organophosphates and carbamates that are neurotoxicants. So this is a very good table taken from Gold-Frank's Toxicologic Emergencies, just to emphasize that your DEET has been rated as category 3, which means slightly toxic, okay, but they are the most efficacious in lab and field studies and proven protection against the ticks and mosquitoes. It has been in existence for more than 50 years, and apparently it is safe naman as long as it is followed the instructions or directed by the labels from the manufacturers. Okay, but then again, there are episodes or there are published journals or cases of children who had seizures after large exposures to this diethyltoluamide. And so there are other companies who were able to produce other alternatives from DEET which have the same or almost equivalent efficacy with regards to killing your mosquitoes and ticks, like your picaridin, the IR3535, although this is inferior to DEET, and of course the oil of lemon eucalyptus. Although they are category 4, which are practically non-toxic, but it's category 1 when your eyes are exposed. So these have equivalent efficacy with DEET for mosquitoes, and so these are recommended also by CDC as a DEET alternative. What is very interesting to note is your citronella oil. It's category 4, practically non-toxic, but in lab studies, it is ineffective. And apparently, the candles only provide some repellency when it is within 1 meter. And so going back to your cholinesterase inhibitors, your organophosphates, which includes your malathion and your chlorpyrifos, and your carbamates, example of which are protoxur, they manifest with what we call the cholinergic toxidrome, which is your dumbbells. These are your diarrhea, urination, meiosis, bradycardia, emesis, lacrimation, and salivation. The famous example of our an insecticide spray has been reformulated several times when they remove the organophosphates and the carbamates because of their toxic effects, not only to the pest but also to humans. And so presently, the contents of this famous insect repellents or insect spray is just pyrethroids. And this is a very good summary of the different tabulated signs and symptoms of the different types of pesticide. Like we have mentioned already, the family of organophosphates and carbamates. Again, they produce the dumbbells or the cholinergic symptoms. And of course, you have the toxic organochlorines. Okay. The paraquat and diquat are notorious herbicides that can cause severe symptoms in different organ systems. And of course, you have the fungicides, thiocarbamates and dithiocarbamates with low human toxicity, but they can affect different endocrine systems. Okay. Again, the famous pyrethrines and pyrethroids are the one in our insect repellents. They are the least toxic among the different pesticides. That's why they are used in most of the schools and even the hospitals, depending on the different pests that is seen in these areas. No? Although slight and toxic, they're very low human toxicity, as we have mentioned, and they come in different forms and in different preparations. The next is the arsenical pesticides, which are very toxic actually in different organ systems. And so you have to be very careful in handling these arsenical pesticides. The coumarins, or the indandions and other anticoagulants, these are the rodenticides that we use, the cumatetrelil, for against the rodents. Of course, the action is to prevent blood from clotting, so with the toxic effect, you will see bleeding episodes from patients who have ingested or accidentally ingested this cumatetrelil. But the more toxic ones, the more toxic rodenticides are your zinc phosphides and your yellow phosphorus. They are highly toxic. They can really cause severe effects in different organ systems as well. And your yellow phosphorus, yes, you know, it is present in your Watusi, but also present in other rodenticides in other countries. So again, they are highly toxic. They can cause lethal effects, and dermal exposures as well can cause although usually low, but they can irritate nose and throat, and even caustic effects can be seen in these patients who are exposed to your yellow phosphorus and even your zinc phosphides. Okay, going back to your organophosphate pesticide, we had mentioned that in high dose exposure, this can cause acute poisoning, but during pregnancy, even low levels can cause small head circumference for their infants, low birth weight, developmental delays, ADHD, and pervasive developmental disorder, which is a form of your autism. Now, the problem is with chronic exposures with regards to pesticides being applied in childcare centers and in schools, mainly because children spend hours inside these areas. They're close to the ground. Their behaviors of touching and tasting, and eventually these pesticides applied remain in carpets and fabrics for a very long time. And so several studies, in a study done by the in the WHO, they've seen that the levels of your chlorpyrifos and organophosphate these vapors in the child's breathing zone are 94 microgram per meter square, compared to the adult's breathing zone, which are just 64 micrograms per meter square. And in animal studies, they've seen that exposure of neonatal rats to chlorpyrifos produce brain cell damage and loss with resultant abnormalities of their synaptic development. So again, chronic effects of your pesticide exposure can arise from low dose this time, but long-term exposures. So they can develop different chronic lung diseases, neurological diseases, even reproductive and endocrinologic system because of they don't tend to be an endocrine disruptors. They can have effect on the integumentary system, and they can also develop cancers and other developmental problems, as well as defects in the immune system. So there's so many concerns about pesticide use. That's why you have to weigh the risk and benefit of giving pesticides or killing the pests themselves because of these health outcomes. No, you have immediate effects like flu-like symptoms, skin rash, breathing problems, and for the long-term effects, you have asthma, the cancer that we have mentioned earlier, the damage to brain and nervous system, the immune system damage, and of course, the endocrine disruption. This picture that you have seen here is a very good research done in 1998. You've seen this every time we lecture about chronic pesticide exposure. It's a very simple experiment or simple research, which comparing two groups of children, 4 to 5 years old, one living in foothill, which uses traditional agriculture, meaning no pesticides, while the other ones are valley children living in the valley using a lot of pesticides. And so they let the children draw a picture of a person. So this is a simple draw a person test, and you can see a big difference with regards to the picture drawn by the children from the foothill compared to the children from the valley. And so the vulnerable population, of course, the children is always number one, aside from the pregnant women, elderly people with breathing or lung disorders. But we are also concerned about the possible environmental damage with regards to contamination of the ground and surface water, as well as poisoning the aquatic animals. And eventually, like the other antimicrobials or antibiotics, pests can also become resistant as you will eventually use it over and over again. So this will become a problem later on for all of us. And so in treatment of toxic exposures, eventually the general measures for acute high doses, you have to have, like for organophosphate pesticide poisoning acute, you have to resuscitate the patient if you need to intubate, ventilate, and do life-saving measures. Decontamination is always a protocol, symptomatic treatment, and of course, specific treatment is given for example, giving of antidotes for specific chemicals or pesticide, like for organophosphates, we can give the physiologic antidote of atropine and the pharmacologic antidote of pralidoxime. Now, for chronic low-level exposure, this may require removing the child from the source of exposure. Again, the same thing, symptomatic treatment, using antidotes for specific treatment, but we have to have a long-term follow-up treatment. And eventually, the remedial measures to the environment as well. And very important is to consult the Poison Center for all of this. So the prevention of exposure is the single most effective means of protecting children against these toxicants. The healthcare providers like us play a key role in identifying the problem, defining its determinants and characteristics, informing the community, and of course, educating the children as well, educating the colleagues and other professionals, of course, raising the awareness of policymakers, promoting the implementation of the appropriate measures, and helping to evaluate the efficacy of these preventive measures. What is integrated pest management? This is now an alternative approach to just a single approach of spraying insecticides. No? So this is a better, a safer way, and a long-lasting solution to these problems of pests. So this is a common sense approach to preventing pest problems by keeping pests out and getting rid of their food, water, and shelter. And of course, managing the pest problems by using, initially, of course, we want to promote non-chemical approaches, and if not effective, then the use of the least toxic pesticides when necessary, and eventually reducing the use of the harmful pesticide. So in managing your pest, often you can manage this pest without using the chemicals. So the IPM recommended techniques include prevention by cleaning, simply cleaning, vacuuming to remove the pests, wash areas with soap and water, and placing appropriate traps. So the take-home message for this is keeping things clean and in good repair is the key to your integrated pest management. If this non-chemical approach is not effective, then that's the time you choose the least risk pesticide. So from the less risk of exposure to the more risk exposure. But then you have to use EPA approved, or for us, the FPA approved or the FDA approved antimicrobials or pesticides to be able to prevent further exposures to the more toxic pesticides that you need to kill the pest. So again, for this message, use pesticides as a last resort. If needed, choose the least risk application methods. Now, these are the measures to prevent the toxic exposures. In using disinfectants or sanitizers, consider using the soap and water for routine cleaning instead of a disinfectant or sanitizer. So target the use of disinfecting or sanitizing products on high-touch surfaces. No? Like if students sit at their desk, the desks are food contact surfaces, but you have to check the label of products to see if they can be used on surfaces that touches the food. Now, after using pesticide, including the disinfectants, no, when possible, open the windows after using these pesticide products. If it isn't possible to open windows, open the doors and use fans to move the fresh air into the room. And children and teachers should not be there or avoid treated areas until they are fully dried. Now, to reduce the pesticide risk, always store the pesticides, including the disinfectants and sanitizing wipes, where children cannot reach them. Consider the storing pesticides in a locked cabinet or closet. Always keep the pesticides in their original container. Never store your pesticides in food or drink containers, and do not let the students use any pesticide, including the insect repellents, disinfectant sprays, or disinfectant wipes. Again, consider mixing and applying pesticides when children are not at school. So check the label for the required protective gears like their gloves. Use less toxic pesticide products. As we have mentioned over and over again, always read the product label and consider taking an IPM approach as we have mentioned. So be sure again to wear clothing that will protect you when using pesticides. Again, you mix your pesticide outdoors or in well-ventilated areas, and mix only what you need to use in the short term to avoid storing or disposing of excess pesticide. And be prepared. Be prepared for a pesticide spill. You can never tell. An accident may happen. So read the first aid instructions on the label before using the product, and have a telephone number for the Poison Control Center available in case you have additional questions or queries. So remove your personal items such as toys, clothing, or tools from the spray area to avoid contamination. And when spraying pesticide indoors, make sure the area is well ventilated. So when applying pesticides as a spray or dust outside, avoid windy conditions, close the doors and windows to your home. And after using pesticides, always wash your hands before eating. So use only when appropriate, and after all other options have been tried, apply the least toxic pesticide available, use the absolute minimum required, base the timing and coverage on the targeted pest, and require pre-application notification. Require all in-house applicators to be trained and licensed, and treat every pesticide like it might be banned tomorrow. So be very cautious with regards to the use of these pesticides if you need to. So again, the CDC have already simplified the different classification or types of pesticide, and summarize what you can do. Use non-pesticide methods. Don't apply more than needed. Read product label. Follow product label instructions, and keep pesticides away from kids and even pets. So if we want to learn more, just log on or just go to their websites of the CDC with regards to the different toxic effects and the different information regarding these pesticides. So generally speaking, how do we protect children from all these chemical hazards? Safe storage and packaging, clear labeling, promoting child-resistant packages, of course, educating and informing the parents, teachers, the healthcare providers, and as much as possible, incorporate the teaching of chemical safety and health into the school curricula. Create and enforce legislation to promote the safe use and disposal of these chemicals and pesticides, promote policies to reduce and remedy environmental pollution, avoid the construction of homes, schools, and playgrounds near polluted areas and hazardous installation, and of course, again, proper storage of these pesticides and the other chemicals at school. Okay. If you need to know more about different strategies to protect children from all these chemical hazards, including the pesticides, the WHO has so many tools available, and you can just look at their websites in the following information. And if you need to know more or you want to refer or ask for any inquiries regarding pesticides, you can always call our hotline numbers at the National Poison Management Control Center and PGH with the following contact details. Okay, so these are my references as well as the different slides from the California Childhood Pesticide and Integrated Pest Management in Early Care and Education Programs. Thank you very much for listening. Good day.
Let us welcome back on our virtual stage our moderators and speakers for the Q&A.
We just heard two powerful lectures containing relevant and timely information. We shall now start the Q&A session. The first question is for Dr. Dando. Is it 100% safe to use anti-mosquito repellent lotion to kids, especially po some contains DEET ingredients?
Okay, thank you for that question, Ma'am Ami. Nako, there's no 100% safe, especially involving chemicals and most especially pesticides. Even if it says it's the safest, we are not guaranteed 100%. So we have to be very careful in handling even these insect repellents for kids. They mentioned that for kids, but they still contain pesticides, even if it's small amount. But if not applied properly, or if in overexposure, then they may have toxic effects eventually. So wala po 100%. Nako, even anything even in moderation nga, 'di ba? We cannot really say that this is 100% safe. Thank you
Thank you,
po.
Dr. Dando. There will be follow-up questions in a little while. I would like to request Dr. Cuayo to answer the next question. What should we put in the emergency kits of our child that can fit in their small bags? The most essential lang po.
Number one is the kit the child can open the kit. Yung iba kasi may kit hindi naman mabuksan ng bata.
Correct.
Number two, kailangan may name siya doon, may name ng parents niya kung sino ang kanilang mga yaya o kung sino ang pinakamadaling tawagan, tapos telephone ng school. Number three, at saan siya nakatira. Number three, kailangan po siyang may pagkain like a biscuit or a small chocolate candy, parang ganon. Number four, yung maliit lang pong bote ng tubig, pwede po yun. At number five, meron po siya doon sa kit niya na isang face towel kasi na pwede nating basain kung ano man ang mangyayari. Okay? Tsaka tapos, importante rin, merong flashlight, marunong siyang gumamit ng flashlight. Kasi po yung flashlight, pag makapal na nandun, kailangan po natin turuan siya kung paano tanggalin yung nakapatong doon sa battery ng flashlight para hindi agad nauubos. Yun lang po. Pwede po yun. At ang the best pala, ginagamit nila sa Saudi o yung mga Muslim countries, meron silang yung tinatawag nating mga dates. Pinakamaganda pala na may dala tayong dates. 2, 3, 4 na dates. So turuan nating mga anak na kumain ng dates. Ito po yung pinakamagaling na parang pagkain nila. Tandaan nyo, di ba, pag nasa desert, anong kinakain natin? Dates. So kung meron silang 5 hanggang 5 or 6 na dates, that's the best na pagkain. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. We will buy dates tomorrow.
Oo nga, ma'am. Sarap pala.
Marami tayong regalong dates, di ba? Tapos hindi natin kinakain. Yung pala, yun ang the best na pwede natin. Ako, ang ginagawa ko noon, bawat tao sa bahay may kanya-kanya kaming go bag. Tapos may mga dates kami na nakalagay sa isang lalagyan sa plastic na nakasil. Yung sa plastic na nakasil, ziplock. Okay? Para madali mong kuhanin. Okay?
So, ma'am,
So, turuan nyo ng kumain. Okay?
To clarify, Dr. Cuayo, the kit should be with the child all the time while in school.
The kid should be
The kit be with the child almost all of the time while they are in school.
Nainis nga ako, walang ano.
Or are they kept somewhere?
Hindi ko po madinig. Sandali lang po. Ano yung
I'll
tanong
repeat,
po?
ma'am. I'll repeat.
Yes, ma'am.
So should the kids be with the child most of the time while they are in school, or are they placed somewhere else while they are attending school?
Kit, ay ma'am, mga ganito lang po siya kalaki. Nakikita nyo, mga ganito lang po kalaki. It should be with their bag.
Okay.
It should be part of their bag. It should be part of their book. Tayo rin, yung dates natin, kasama ng ganito. Pati flashlight natin.
Okay.
O kaya, and then whistle. Kaya ako hindi sinabi kanina yung whistle. Kasi masyado yung mga whistle natin ngayon, maliliit. Tapos yung iba, may mga balls na ganyan. Baka malagay sa ilong ng mga bata, kalikutin. Pero if you can have a whistle na walang balls, no, you can give them the whistles. So the whistles, the dates, the water, maliit lang po, kasya siya dito. Kung dami ko ang makeup, kasya dito, yung pangayon, di ba?
Okay. Thank you,
and then you can check the expiration of the dates.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Dando, follow-through questions. What is your comment on fipronil regarding human toxicity?
Nako, okay. Fipronil is actually also a type of pesticide din po. Very famous siya for pets, no ma'am. But like the other pesticides, it's also neurotoxic, and of course can also have same GI manifestations that we have mentioned before. And what is new with fipronil, nako ma'am, ano na siya, na-label na siya as possible carcinogenic for humans. So with chronic exposure, lalo na even in small amount, they can cause cancer. So we have to be very careful noon. Bago lang po yan the past year. So although yun nga may mga instructions regarding the different formulation, ma'am, but we have to be very careful in handling this kind of pesticides. So careful tayo sa mga ganyan po.
Thank you for that update. Ma'am Cynthia? your question.
Ma'am, may tanong lang ako kay Dr.
Okay.
Dando.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Yun po bang liquid sosa, dapat huwag na tayo nagkakaroon yan sa bahay.
Naku, Diyos ko, oo,
pinaka-worst,
ma'am.
oo, di ba? But let us remind our listeners na wala dapat
Oo
tayo
po.
liquid sosa. We had, in Manila Doctors, one time we had a patient, yung liquid sauce ang bote, iniwan
Drain,
ng
oo,
katulong
ma'am.
sa basurahan. Kinuha
I
ng
know.
bata.
Oh
Akala
my
niya walang
God.
laman.
Nino.
Nalabutas pa yung ganito niya. So I don't
Ma'am,
think we have to
oo.
have liquid sauce in the house.
Very caustic
I
yan,
think
ma'am. Yan. Opo. Siya po yung
I think
liquid
we have
Oo, nabutas
draining.
yung dito niya. Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Toxic siya.
Okay.
Mas
So,
toxic
Dr.
siya.
Dando, we have to campaign for that.
Yes
Liquid
po.
sosa. We have to think about that.
Kasi
So-
siya yung magaling na drain cleaner, ma'am. Kaya lang yun
Yes,
nga,
ma'am.
yung danger of the possible exposure, whether accidental or deliberate, ma'am. Nako, di ba may mga deliberate ingestion tayo ng mga nag-suicide, for example. Very dangerous and very lethal. So,
Yes,
kakampaign nga namin yan.
I think we have to look into that
Yes, po.
properly,
Yes.
the liquid saucer thing. And so I'll proceed with the next question. Ma'am, Cynthia,
Yes, ma'am.
what should we instruct our children if in case any disaster comes up and they are in school, in simple terms that they will remember? What should we tell them, ma'am? Earthquake, flood, etc.
Listen to your teacher. Okay?
Okay.
Nagpa-practice sila dyan eh. Have a body system. And then, ang mga parents natin dapat, pangatlo, kabisado nyo yung eskwelahan, saan kayo magkikita in case na merong nangyari sa school. So, yung area kung saan kayo magkikita, nandoon dapat. Kung wala nang iba, kung saan ka lang makikita. Main door or the back door. Okay?
May regular
Then
meeting
number 4,
point.
meeting
Ma'am,
point.
no.
The meeting point
Yan
dapat.
po.
Tapos, pagka ganyan, yung sa teacher, dapat meron ng system ang teacher. Pagka ganyan, yung meron kayong parent na kasama doon na makakatulong na notify na may nangyari sa school para hindi lahat naguguluhan. Magkikita po kayo ang grade 1 section B dito sa area na to. Para may ganun tayo, para hindi tayo nagkakagulo na lahat ng grade 1 dito sa side na to, lahat ng grade 2 dito sa side na to. Dapat ang school meron na pong ganun. Actually, we were doing that in public school before the pandemic, nagpa-practice. Tapos kung anong sasakyan mo, kung sino ang kukuha. Kaya yung sa go-kart, sa go-bag natin or ang teacher, meron siyang litrato ng kung sino yung pwede lang kumuha sa bata at anong litrato ng bata. But dapat nagmamatch yun. So nagmamatch ang litrato, kung sino yung parent na kukuha, tapos mag-stick ka lang sa teacher mo, tapos meron kayong pagkakatagpuan, meron kayong kung saan kayo magkikita. Then number 5, dapat ang eskwelahan may sistema kung saan lahat ng grade 1, saan lahat ng grade 2, lahat ng grade 3, lahat ng grade 4. Parang gano'n. Para may sistema po tayo.
Very
Thank you.
practical advice, ma'am. Dr. Dando, because we have little
Yes
time,
po.
can somebody post the National Poison Control Hotline number before our
Yes.
session ends? And since we still have very tiny minutes, what about the no bite lotion which says it's organic? What's your comment on that? No bite lotion, organic.
It depends, ma'am, no? Even I mentioned the citronella oil, although basically non-toxic naman siya, but sometimes it can be irritating. But then the efficacy din po kasi less, di ba, compared to the other chemicals or the other pesticides that we have used. Pero yung no bite na sinasabi, it depends on the specific organic compounds that are present. So we still have to check kung ano yung mga chemicals po na nandoon doon sa mga sinasabi nilang mga insect repellents. And you can always call po the Poison Center, as we had mentioned. Siguro ipopost siguro later or nandun naman dun sa last slide ko po yung mga contact details if you have any question regarding these different pesticides. At sa mga website po, actually, mag-google na yan eh. I-check nyo lang yung mga specific chemicals that are present in those insect repellents so you can check it on your own po. May mga question kasi dito, ma'am, yung mga... Ay, sige po.
Ito, ma'am. Safe
Ito lang
lang
ako,
ba?
ma'am.
Safe lang ba yung mga essential oils for diffusing for kids?
Wala namang nakalagay, yes, ma'am. Usually, hydrocarbons lang naman siya. But again, yun pa rin, ma'am. Baka kasi may mga hidden chemicals that we're not sure. So we have to check. Lalo na, ma'am, if it's not FDA approved, ma'am, ha, ang daming ganyang sold online. So we
Dami.
have to, di ba, ma'am, no? So kung hindi siya FDA approved, meaning
Yeah.
hindi yan
Dr. Iris,
na-check.
we have to
Yes po.
start wrapping up. This is
Ay,
my
opo.
question. What brand of spray do you use, Dr. Iris? It's from
Wala.
You don't
Wala po ako. I
spray
don't use any insect repellent.
nothing. You don't
Opo.
use it.
May tanong po ako, ma'am.
Yes po.
Kung hindi tayo pwedeng mag-insect repellent, pwede po ba tayo magtanim ng citronella sa paligid
Yes,
ng bahay?
ma'am. Agree.
Okay.
Yung
Pwede
neem
po ba
tree,
tayong maglagay ng nakatanim na citronella sa isang paso at ilalagay sa tabletop sa malapit sa
plants
okay.
ba yan, ma'am? Magiging
Okay.
repelling
Okay, thank
for the
you.
insects.
Citronella plants. Okay.
Pati
Citronella
neem plant daw po.
Yeah. Okay. We were ordered to wrap up our Q&A. There were still a few
Manila Doctors
questions,
Department of
but-
Pediatrics will start the planting of citronella plant.
Okay, ma'am. Okay po. I would like to read the certificate of appreciation to be given to Dr. Cynthia Cuayo Huico and Dr. Nerissa Dando for imparting their valuable time and effort to participate as speakers during the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital entitled PREP, Partnership, Resources, Environment, Parenting, held on the 12th to 14th of July 2023. Given this 13th day of July 2023, signed by Dr. Regina Capulong, Chair of Scientific Program Committee, Dr. Lucy Morales, Overall Chair of MDA's Pediatrics 11th Scientific Forum, Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, Chair of Department of Pediatrics of Manila Doctors Hospital, and Dr. Eugene Reyes, Medical Director, Manila Doctors Hospital. We may now give our very loud virtual round of applause to our speakers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to visit our virtual booths via our Docwitty page to learn more about our partners. For this session, our lecture is brought to you by Pfizer Philippines Incorporated.
Good day. I'm Anna Ong Lim, and I'd like to welcome you to this industry-sponsored symposium, where we will be looking at the real-world effectiveness of the 13-valent pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in reducing the burden of pneumococcal disease in children. For this session, we will have several key issues to address. First, I'd like to start off by talking about the burden of pneumococcal disease and the challenges we've had with the low uptake because of the pandemic. Second, it will be important to look at some points of consideration in choosing pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. And finally, we'd like to look at how we can improve those adherence to optimize pneumococcal disease protection. For this first issue, it will be important to look at several questions. Taking a closer look at this first issue requires us to explore several questions, the first of which is whether pneumococcal disease should be considered a serious problem. Strep pneumonia infection generally begins with colonization of the nasopharynx. From there, this can result in mucosal disease such as otitis media and pneumonia, or invasive disease such as meningitis and bacteremia. Children are the primary reservoir of strep pneumo. This figure shows us that pneumococcal disease can be grouped into several categories. And among the conditions that we are most familiar with, bacteremia is considered invasive, while pneumonia can either be invasive in about 25% of cases or non-invasive in the remaining 75%. The different manifestations of pneumococcal disease actually vary in terms of prevalence and severity. Although IPD is the most severe form of disease, we are quite blessed that this is typically the least prevalent, and the majority of cases are represented by mucosal diseases such as pneumonia and otitis media. Otitis media is in fact the most common form of pneumococcal disease in children. It's important to take note that for the immune response necessary to prevent nasopharyngeal carriage, this typically requires the highest antibody levels. Despite reductions, pneumococcal disease remains a substantial cause of death in children. And before pneumococcal conjugate vaccines were introduced in the year 2000, there were approximately 600,000 deaths due to pneumococcal disease in children without HIV aged under 5 years. By 2015, pneumococcal deaths in this age group declined by 51%. But despite the considerable reductions observed from this period, the total pneumococcal deaths remained a substantial cause of mortality, accounting for at least 11% of all deaths in that age group in 2015. In the Philippines, it continues to be a substantial cause of death. We see here that strep pneumo led to about 11% of all deaths among children aged 5 years and below in our country. This figure shows us the trends in terms of IPD incidence in two countries, the US and the UK. We see that there is a high risk for invasive disease among the youngest and the oldest age groups. Regardless of age, the mortality rates for invasive disease are quite high. Overall, they come in at about 20%, with the highest mortality rates seen in young infants. In developing countries, mortalities can reach as high as 50% for meningitis, and unfortunately, for those who survive, there's a significant risk of long-term sequelae. This can include hearing loss, mental retardation, motor abnormalities, and seizures. Even in industrialized countries with established health systems, high mortality rates occur in adults, with case fatality rates reaching as high as 60% among elderly patients. The second question that will be critical to understand is how the COVID-19 pandemic affected respiratory disease burden and vaccination rates. The WHO looked at the percentage of countries reporting disruptions among essential health services. And we see here that routine immunization services, whether delivered in health facilities or in outreach stations, were actually the services that were most impacted across the different routine services being delivered. This study looked at the impact of the pandemic on the delivery of routine immunization services in our part of the world. The graphs show the number of antigens impacted by country and by age, and highlighted are the results for the Philippines. We see here that disruptions occurred for early infancy, school age, children and adolescents, and even in adults and the elderly. The WHO shares the data for global immunization coverage, and highlights the fact that the newer antigens, such as rotavirus and pneumococcus, were actually severely affected. In the Philippines, we see that coverage for the 3 doses of pneumococcal vaccination declined by 20% from 71% in 2020 to 51% in 2021. Since 1993, the percentage of children aged 12 to 23 months who have received all the basic antigens has fluctuated. We achieved about 72% coverage in 1993 and a peak of 80% in 2008. However, there was a significant decrease to 72% in 2022. The percentage of children who did not receive any vaccinations by the age of 23 months increased to 11% in 2022. These figures show us the information in more detail. We see that in comparison with the 3rd dose of DPT represented by the red line and the 2nd dose of MMRV, PCV has lagged behind, and the graphs converge in 2020 and 2021, or the pandemic years, because of the uniform decrease in coverage across all the antigens. The second question that would be important to explore is, what is the role of serotypes in pneumococcal disease? Distinct polysaccharide structures of the capsule form the basis of classification across serotypes. And these polysaccharides have specific chemical structures, and these are what antibodies actually recognize during the immune response. By conjugating polysaccharides to a carrier protein, the PCBs can induce a robust antibody response and induce immunological memory, helping to protect against pneumococcal disease. These antibodies are actually serotype specific, and an antibody for one serotype will generally not recognize another serotype. And because of this, the selection of which serotypes are included in a vaccine are very important to consider. Over 100 serotypes of strep pneumo have now been identified, but their role in disease is not equal. The 7 serotypes in the first licensed PCV caused most of the cases of invasive disease at the time this vaccine was introduced. And the subsequent introduction of PCV7 into infant programs led to significant reductions in overall pneumococcal disease incidence. In the US, for example, IPD due to serotypes included in PCV7 rapidly declined after this vaccine was introduced. Now, as disease due to PCV7 serotypes declined, the remaining burden of disease was largely made up of certain non-vaccine serotypes. Seen in red are serotypes 3, 6A, 7F, 22F, 33F, and 19A, which are the most predominant strains. Serotypes 1, 3, 5, 6A, 7F, and 19A accounted for about 15 to 60% of invasive disease in Europe at the time period studied and the use of PCV7. PCV13, therefore, was developed to address this evolving epidemiology by including the original 7 serotypes as well as 6 additional serotypes. And at the time of introduction in Europe, PCV13 was estimated to cover between 73 to 100% of IPD cases in children under the age of 5 years. This study shows us that pneumococcal serotypes differ in their ability to cause invasive disease. The invasive disease potential of serotypes was estimated as the ratio of IPD in relation to coverage. And in this meta-analysis of about 90 known serotypes, the 10 serotypes which caused greater than 60% of IPD cases included the ones above this line. In the Philippines, limited surveillance gives us the following information, with about 54% coverage for PCB13 and 41% coverage for PCB10. Now we're ready to look at the second key issue, which are points of consideration in choosing a pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. There are important clinical and non-clinical factors to keep in mind when we choose PCV vaccines for our patients. Several PCBs are now available for use and include different serotypes which vary by product. We not only need to look at the number of serotypes that are found in each formulation, but also consider their immunogenicity, efficacy, and effectiveness or impact. These concepts are important to understand. And when we talk about immunogenicity, we're referring to the ability of an antigen to provoke an immune response in an individual. Efficacy refers to the extent that a vaccine is able to provide protection under ideal conditions, while effectiveness or impact looks at the effect under real-world settings. Studies typically refer to geometric mean concentrations and geometric mean titers, which are measured depending or using different methods. GMCs are measured by ELISA and refer to the quantity of antibodies raised, while GMPs are measured by their ability to cause opsonophagocytosis and therefore looks at the functionality of antibodies. Unfortunately, immunogenicity doesn't always equate with efficacy, which also doesn't always equate with effectiveness or impact. So when we look at the points of consideration in choosing a pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, again, there are several questions to consider. And first, we want to look at the role that the serotypes in PCB13 play in pneumococcal disease. PCB13 was designed to include serotypes that cause the majority of invasive disease at the time of vaccine development. And these serotypes are responsible for more than just IPD because they're also important causes of pneumococcal pneumonia, otitis media, and mortality. Several of the serotypes are also associated with significant antimicrobial resistance. And notably, PCB13 serotypes 3, 6A, and 19A are three of the most common disease-causing serotypes in children and are associated with all pneumococcal disease manifestations. Let's look more closely at this study, which compared the safety, tolerability, and immunogenicity of 4 doses of PCB13 and PCB15 given to children in the US, Puerto Rico, Thailand, and Turkey. The study included measuring the concentration of IgGs 30 days after the 4th dose was given. The blue bars show the results for PCB13, while the green bars show the result for PCB15. Although superiority criteria were met for serotype 3, where the green bar shows a higher result compared to the blue bar, we see that the observed response in serotype 3 30 days after dose 4 was achieved is actually higher for PCV13. Those graphs showed the results for the quantity of antibodies, while this graph shows the OPA responses, which refers to functionality. We see here that the blue bars representing the results for PCV13 show a higher OPA geometric mean titer. Thus, we see that these results are consistent with what has been observed across different studies conducted in developed country settings like Spain, Germany, the US, and the UK, where the overall serotype 3 IPD vaccine effectiveness was about 60%. Because of the huge population that missed their routine doses, the CDC produced this job aid where children who are aged 24 through 59 months who have not received any PCV are supposed to be qualified for dose 1 at the current visit and another dose if it has been 8 weeks since the previous dose. A third dose should be given if dose 2 was given before age 24 months. And a booster dose should be given for children who completed all 3 doses before 12 months. In the same series of recommendations, the ACIP mentions that both PCV13 and PCV15 can be used interchangeably. This is quite consistent with the local recommendation where both PCV13 and PCV15 are included as options for the primary series as well as for catch-ups. International organizations have highlighted the importance of reprioritizing vaccination and emphasize the role that healthcare professionals play in protecting the public from infectious disease through this intervention. Thus, I hope that I've been able to re-emphasize our role in protecting children against pneumococcal disease with PCV13. Re-emphasizing the fact that PCV13 was designed to help protect against the 13 serotypes known to be prevalent in severe pneumococcal disease, and also highlighting the information coming from extensive clinical trial programs across populations, ages, and risk groups. PCV13 has demonstrated robust real-world effectiveness against outcomes like invasive disease, pneumonia, and AOM in multiple countries, and continues to be the choice of national immunization programs around the world. I hope that this information helps us in implementing catch-up strategies, which will be an important step in protecting children of all ages against vaccine-preventable diseases. Thank you very much.
Facilitating our panel discussion for this session, we have our moderator, Dr. Vanessa Leah Espino.
I am Dr. Vanessa Espino. I'm a pediatric pulmonologist, and I will be the moderator for this part of our forum. So in taking care of our children, we also would like to learn and take notice on the measures and practices our schools have carried out to ensure safety. So this will be the topic of concern for our panel discussion. I am honored to introduce to you our next set of speakers for today's panel. So we begin with Sister Christine Pinto. She is a graduate of the Bachelor of Laws from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and has undergone further studies in Boston College in Massachusetts and Duquesne University in Pittsburgh. She currently holds degrees for Master of Arts in Higher Education and Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership. She was a previous faculty member of St. Scholastica's College, Manila and Tacloban, and College of Holy Spirit in Mendiola. She has held other positions, which include being the head of the Institutional Quality Assurance Office at St. Scholastica's College, Manila. She was a court attorney at the Court of Appeals and a supervising legislative officer at the Senate Electoral Tribunal of the Philippines. She is also currently a member of the Congregation of the Missionary Benedictine Sisters of Tutsing, Manila Priory, and currently serves as the president of the St. Scholastica's College, Manila. So to share with us post-pandemic practices in a private school, let us all welcome Sister Christine Pinto.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Bill, for that introduction. So when we came back this school year 2022-23, we already adopted some measures, no? And we even have a tagline that says shift. It is shifting now to a safer and better normal when we were allowed already by DepEd and CHED also to have on-site classes. And so what were the practices that we have with respect to infection control post-pandemic? At the beginning, actually in August when we started last year, we were only coming in twice a week for all our students. And then later on, come January, we increased it to 4 times a week. And then by March, our high school then decided to always come every day. But for our grade school, they were limited to still 4 times a week. And of course, with our college, those classes that can still be done online, they did that. So it was more like a hybrid way of learning. But what remained even post-pandemic for us was our no face mask, no entry policy. I think this is the best way for us to be able to still control infection. Although at the beginning, they were already reduced reports of COVID-19 cases, but just the same, we strictly still implement the no face mask, no entry policy. Although we know that since guidelines also have been relaxed, there are some who may have difficulty because of asthma or of any reason. But generally, everyone is supposed to have face masks. Even in the campus, even in open spaces, we encourage our students, everyone, not to still wear face masks. We still have the temperature check at the entry gates, everyone, no exception. Although with the health declaration form, we still observe it, the contact tracing form for COVID-19 for all guests and visitors. It's not difficult for us to trace, of course, our personnel, our faculty, our students, because they tap their ID when they enter the campus. So this one, the health declaration form, still ongoing for us for all guests and visitors. So what are our practices to reduce contact rate? We at the beginning, and we still maintain the distancing. We arrange all our classrooms in order that we follow a certain kind of distancing still for our students. We had to really look for classrooms that are bigger in such a way that all the students will be accommodated for that particular class. Then there are designated or assigned areas for specified period of time in order that no one would gather together, would be the number would not be concentrated in certain areas. We see to it also that we have a staggered or alternating meal hours. So the schedule of our basic education, our grade school and high school students now have also been arranged in such a way that they don't have their recess or their lunch hours coinciding with each other. It's not difficult for our college students because most of them would be going out for their meals or for their breaks. And since also most of your classes really continued to be online. But what about to reduce duration of the infection rather? So for us to reduce the duration of infection, one practice or guideline or protocol that we really impose is that whenever one does not really feel well, no, please, no, we request them to stay at home. It applies to everyone. Everyone has to stay home when at the beginning of the day one does not feel well, or most importantly, when there are already COVID-related symptoms. I know the symptoms of COVID, of course, you all know that is almost like a flu, but we do not want to take risks. So that is advice for everyone. But of course, some would think that it's nothing and therefore would go to class, would report for work. And our protocol is that if one, when they develop COVID-19 symptoms while in school premises, they are to stay, they of course go to the clinic and then they are placed in an isolation room while they wait to go home or to be transferred to health facility. We also have announced to our parents, particularly we have no antigen tests with us in our clinic. If they opt, if they would want their daughter to be tested, before going home, then we can accommodate that. We can also do that. But otherwise, we just wait. They are informed that their daughters or anyone for our faculty personnel, then they are advised, immediately to go home. So if a student or faculty tests positive, then automatically we revert to online learning. So if it's the student, then definitely her entire class. And then if it's a faculty, then it has to be all the classes where the teacher taught. And then they are to be monitored for 5 days. So it's not difficult because we have, for the past years of the pandemic, we have really been doing online learning. So it's not difficult to shift to online learning. For our personnel, the protocol that we do is that if they are tested positive, then contact tracing has to be done for all those they have closely been in contact with, within the premises of the school. And then our clinic personnel are the ones who do the monitoring or who do the contact tracing, and then finding out if they have also exhibited symptoms as well. Okay, so I think that's the last slide. So I think we have been very careful. We are fortunate that most of the cases reported to us of COVID infection are the ones that happen outside of school, maybe from their home or wherever they have come from. And we have been very vigilant, really reminding them that whenever they have been infected, they really have to immediately report. For our students, they immediately report to their advisor, and then class advisor, and then the class advisor would be the one to report to the administration. But for our faculty and personnel, it is immediate that they, of course, report to their deans or the administrators, but also to our clinic, so that the necessary measures can also be done. So that is what we have been doing in St. Scholastica's College, Manila. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Christine. So moving on, I am also privileged to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rodel Sampang. So he is a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education with specialization in Social Sciences at the Philippine Normal University. He had his master's in Crisis and Disaster Risk Management at the Philippine Public Safety College Philippine National Police Academy and Masters of Arts in Elementary Education at the Philippine Normal University. He is currently the principal of one of our partner schools, which is Rafael Palma Elementary School, the principal of the Division of City Schools Manila, the executive vice president of Manila Public Elementary School Principals Association, and the president of NCR School Heads Development Program Association. So let us all listen to Mr. Rodel Sampang as we learn from him post-pandemic school return strategies and practices in the setting of the government-run schools. Go ahead po, Mr. Sampang.
Good morning, Dr. Espino and Sister Christine, and sa lahat po ng mga kasama natin ngayon. Good day to all. this is what our school is doing right now regarding the post-pandemic infection control. Okay? Prior to the post-pandemic classes, we had our onset of the pandemic 2020-2022. The school started on preparing for the post-pandemic classes. We had bought disinfection chambers, thermometer, and alcohol dispensers, the infection machine, and disinfection humidifier. So, onset pa lang naganda na po ang paaralan para sa face-to-face classes. So para pag nagkaroon na ng face-to-face classes, nandyan na lahat ng equipment namin, handa na for the face-to-face classes po namin. Okay. Then last February 2022, during school year 2021-2022, DepEd starting our limited progressive face-to-face classes. During this time, our school was chosen for the piloting stage. So, ginawa po namin, there is strict implementation of IATF protocols. Vaccination of learners was highly recommended. Teachers and non-teaching personnel must be vaccinated so that they will be allowed in the school, because it is memorandized that all teachers and non-teaching personnel must be vaccinated at that time. Then we prepared the school for the face-to-face classes by posting health protocols in the different areas of the school. Then for our modality, limited number of learners attended classes as scheduled. We had blended learning. We had 2 sets of our students. One set is for face-to-face and the other set is on online distant learning modality. If there are 40 students in our class, we divided it by 2. So 20 students will be attending face-to-face classes, while the other 20 will be on online classes. So it's on an alternate week. Students who attended face-to-face classes will be the one to attend on the second week on the online classes. Then on students who attend online classes will be the one to attend the face-to-face classes in alternate classes. Then for school year 2022-2023, full blast na kami ng face-to-face classes namin. Lahat ng bata kailangan ng pumasok. Then ang preparation ng school para hindi magkaroon ng hawaan sa COVID. So we had strict implementation of IATF health protocols. Vaccination of learners was still highly recommended or encouraged. That is 5 to 11 years old. And we had a partnership program with Manila Health Department that they vaccinate all our students, yung mga pumayag ang parent, para lahat ng bata namin ay ma-vaccinate. In turn, sila naman, dadami yung mga estudyante o bata na mabavaccinate nila. Teachers and teaching personnel, it is a must for them to have their vaccines and have boosters for the COVID. Then, posting of health protocols, dinamihan namin para nakikita lagi ng mga bata. Okay, strict implementation of IATF health protocols was implemented. We started with orientation of our parents, teachers, learners on the different health protocols. At sa bata namin, lagi naming inuulit na kailangan silang yung social distancing or physical distancing, hand washing. So learners need to undergo temperature check at the gate and before entering each classroom. So each teacher, for every mobilization, check nila ang temperature ng bata, and if and when na mataas ang temperature ng bata, yung bata ina-isolate kagad, pinadadala sa isolation room, then tatawagan na ng teacher nurse namin yung parent para sunduin yung anak nila at iuwi na. Okay? Learners with high temperature are advised to stay at home or go home if parents or if the ward is around. If not, they will be taken to the isolation room or isolation area to be taken care of our teacher nurse. Then the parent will be contacted so that our student will be fetched by the parent. We also advise our parent that they take the temperature of their son or daughter at home, and if and when our student has fever, they will be allowed to be absent in class, and the parent need to coordinate with the teacher so that modules will be sent to the learner so that it will be not left out from the classes in school. Bali gagawin niya yung module niya either online or through hard copies na padadalang modules sa bata. Okay? Learners, teachers, and school personnel are also required to wear face masks, especially on set of our face-to-face classes. But since dineclare na ng government na hindi na kailangan or it is an option sa atin na magsuot ng face mask, it is now the option of our learners to wear face masks, but we highly recommend that they still wear their face mask in school. Especially today, nag-advocate kami ulit that learners and teachers need to wear face masks as much as possible, lalo na heightened na naman ang cases of COVID sa panahon natin ngayon. Okay? Then the school advocates that all learners should have been vaccinated in partnership with the Manila Health Department and Manila Doctors regarding COVID vaccination advocacy campaign namin ito. Manila Doctors and MHD conduct lectures on awareness about importance of COVID vaccination. The health standards to be stands for Wash in School program under DepEd. Pre-pandemic pa, may WINS program na po ang mga paaralan under DepEd. Then, we also prepared our process on contact tracing para po sa mga bata namin na nagkaroon ng lagnat or nag-positive sa COVID at nakahalubilo ang ibang bata. May proseso na po kami para makontak ang parent at kung sino po yung nakahalubilo ng bata o sino yung mga taong nakahalubilo niya sa school, especially our teachers. Then the school also advocates that all teachers, non-teaching personnel, and learners need to get their booster shots. Okay? Para tuloy-tuloy po na protektado ang mga personnel natin sa school. Then lastly, aside sa COVID po, the school is also very firm in its stand na kailangan hindi lang COVID, ano pa ba yung mga infectious disease na pwedeng magkaroon ng hawan sa school. Tulad po noon, foot and mouth disease sa aming area, nagkaroon po ng cases ng foot and mouth disease. Then nung ang teacher nag-report, sir, yung mga bata po namin, may mga rashes, may mga sa bibig, sa kamay. Then, pinatawag na po namin ang school nurse namin, and dahil ang Manila Health Pedro Hill school po namin, habang ginagawa ang building nila, pinadala na po namin doon sa health center, and the Manila Health Doctors identified po na yung bata ay may foot and mouth disease. Then, automatic po, isolated na yung bata, pinasundo na namin sa parent, at lahat po na klase niya, nagpakonsulta kami, pinagpahinga po namin ng 1 week at binigyan po namin ng module sa bata. Then, all classroom and corridor na pinuntahan ng bata, pinadisinfect na po namin. Okay? Ang gawa po namin, on set po, automatic disinfection po kami sa school kasi may mga disinfection machine na kami at mga disinfection chemical. But he also requested Manila Health Department to disinfect the whole school para makasugrado po kami. Then, we had all sorts of measles, kaya nung na-report po na yung isang bata namin ay may bulutong, hindi na po namin pinapasok ang bata at pinaisolate na namin kaagad. Lalo na, pumasok siya, natutuyo na yung bulutong niya. So, kailangan ma-isolate na po namin kaagad. Then, case of sore eyes, para hindi magkahawan sa school. So, lahat po ngayon, very particular na kami pagdating doon at pinagawa na po lahat, not only on the COVID, spread of COVID, but also different infectious disease na alam po namin na kumbaga may mga cases na po ng ganoon sa community. So very particular po kami doon and we try to coordinate with MHD para po sa mga ganong cases. So yun po yung paghahanda ng school on the spread of infectious disease during the post-pandemic.
So thank you very much, Mr. Sampang. So we'd like to welcome back Sister Christine for our panel. Again, we'd like to thank both of you, Sister Christine and Mr. Sampang, for joining us today because as parent partners, health and education of our children are really of utmost importance. We now get to see and understand how our education system adapted to the pandemic and the immediate new normal. And as Sister Christine mentioned, the new better normal. So maybe to begin, I'd like to address this question to the both of you. I know both of you already touched on the differences in education now compared to the start of the pandemic. But maybe I'd like to know how was the evolution or the transition, the process of transitioning from a previously face-to-face class to a online class and then to a hybrid class. So were there growing pains? What were the difficulties both a private institution and a public institution faced during this time? Okay, go ahead, Sister, and then we'll ask Mr. after.
Of course, no, when the pandemic started, no, I think all of us were caught flat-footed. Unlike other schools maybe who were doing already online classes, but Saint Scholastica, we were not really ready. No, we did not have a learning management system. No, so our teachers really had to look, no, for ways, no, yung mga programs, yung mga Google Meet, all explorations, no, really from the beginning, in order that the online classes can be made. And at first, like Mr. Sampang sa inyo din, noon, we have a secondary school. No, it's like a free school. So nagmo-module din kami, even with our grade school then. No, at the beginning, some of our teachers had to prepare, and even books. No, we had to find a way to also bring the books to our students. No, at the beginning of the school year. But eventually, our teachers, no, created, no, different learning modules, no, looking for all the resources until it really became full online. Some, syempre, yung pains doon, connectivity, low internet, yung iba walang gadget, no, and some had to share, no? Syempre, all of them were all in one house and they have to take turns. So finding also one space, mahirap din. Some really had difficulty learning online, no?
So maybe,
there were
yes. So how was the school helping, or was there any assistance given to those students with difficulty in terms of doing online classes?
Yes, so for that, when they expressed, then there's no really other way but to give them modules. So modules were prepared, modules were sent to those who could not really work. And they also, the rules, or rather what they call this, a little bit lax in terms of submission of requirements, no, not a strict, no, because knowing the difficulty of others, and also were some, no, in the when the rules were not as strict that everyone had to really stay home. For us, no, we're from grade school, we're from kinder to college in Saint Scholastica. So maybe just to share what about the difficulty of our degree programs that have talagang it has to be on site. It has to be their practicum has to be done here. Like for music, for example, this is a classic story that I would share. Like one of our voice majors, na barangay na siya sa kanila. Talagang nagreklamo ang barangay. There was a complaint because he really has to practice. Kailangan naman talaga siya, voice siya eh. Kaya it came to a point na nagpaalam na siya sa dean niya na, sister, pwede na ba ako dyan pumunta para, no? So we accommodated some who did not have instruments. Siyempre, no, yung mga violin na ganyan. So there were, no, as long as it became relaxed, no, slowly na pwede nang pumasok. So those who had no connectivity, as long as they had permission from their parents, we also had to, of course, yun, make our school friendly in terms of we had to increase our bandwidth. No, yan na yan eh, yung mas slow. No, you were talking, Dr. Biel, about transition. So preparing the school, just like what Mr. Sampang has said, na talagang kailangan pong magpanghandaan. Pero yun nga, yung transition din, dahil nga hindi dapat sabay-sabay, although I did not mention it, ganun din kami, when they were coming only twice a week at the start of the school year, alternate them para hindi masyadong madaming tao sa eskwelahan. No? So that was, although nahirapan kasi kami na kalahati nasa online, tapos kalahati. So we just said by classes yung yung alternate was really by classes. So hindi lahat ng sections papasok ngayon. Although yung mga maliliit, yung mga kinder, yun, we really had to have my morning and my afternoon yung sessions. So I think one thing that the good that came out of this is we had to prepare ourselves. We had to improve our technology. We had to really increase bandwidth, see to it that we have the resources. No? But painful to the pocket, Dr. Biel, no, we had to make sacrifices also, a lot of sacrifices.
Actually, yeah, so going to that hardship, no, I would assume in our public institutions, it would have been harder, no, Mr. Sampang. So I wonder, how was it, how was the assistance for our students in the public schools?
Malaking challenge sa public school, not only in terms of yung same with the senior ni sister, walang hindi handa eh sa nangyari na non-face-to-face classes, di ba? We relied on technology, di ba? Internet. Malaking challenge yun both for our learners at saka sa mga teachers, especially on the public kasi seldom ang gumagamit ng Google Meet, ng Google Classroom. Siguro it is an advantage for me, sa akin, sa part ko during pre-pandemic kasi way back 2009, I am using Edmodo as an enrichment activity for my students. And nung after winning Metrobank nga as an outstanding teacher sa Metrobank, nagkaroon kami ng scholarship grant through Metrobank sa Australia at ang aking re-entry action plan is regarding Edmodo. So nung nasa Australia, pinag-aralan ko how do the Australians use Edmodo in their curriculum or ano yung platform na ginagamit nila on distant learning. Kasi ang alam namin, maraming estudyante nila ang naka-distant learning due to the proximity of the residence of the learner to the school. It will take you hours bago makarating ang estudyante dun sa school nila. So they are also using Edmodo. So now, nung nagkaroon ng pandemic at yan na nga nangyari at hindi tayo pwedeng face-to-face online, on my part, on the planning side, medyo napadali ako magplano on the modality kasi I had the experience, nirang ko na siya sa estudyante ko, nirang ko na siya sa school kung saan ako nanggaling before as an enrichment activity. Ang adjustment na lang nagagawin ko is, as in wala talagang bata. Talagang from Monday to Friday, naka-online lahat. Then, on the teacher's side, we need to capacitate teachers on how to use Google Classroom. Even I, from Edmodo, I shifted to Google Classroom. Sabi nga, we could not give what we do not have. So, ginawa ko for 1 month, bago ko pina-implement na Google Classroom ang gagamitin namin, pinag-aralan ko muna si Google Classroom. Isipin mo yan, 1 buwan mong pag-aaralan. Then after mong mapag-aralan, tsaka ka palang makakapag-share, di ba? Good for me. May mga kaibigan ako na from tulad ni Ma'am Jola, ay commented ng kawardi ko, who is a Google Classroom advocate. So tinuruan niya ako on how to go about Google Classroom. Then we capacitate our teachers. Now, the next challenge is, paano ang bata? Diba? Paano teacher? At that time, walang laptop ang lahat ng teacher. They are very dependent on the ICT of the school. Diba? Paano yun? Wala silang laptop, iilan lang ang teacher na may laptop. Bata, iilan lang ang may gadget. So now, our superintendent, in coordination with the local government, our mayor at that time, Mayor Isko Moreno, okay, so mga bata, sinaplayan ng mga gadget, mga tablet, diba? But it is limited. Hindi kaya ng City of Manila na 1:1. So, ang ginawa ng Manila, 1:1 household. Sipin mo, 4 kayong magkakapatid. 1 tablet ang ibibigay sa inyo. Di ba? Hirap din. Then, ang maganda lang, each learner ay may, magkano ba yun? 200 pesos load per month. So, kung 5 kayo magkakapatid, tigto 200 kayo, so that is 1,000 load per month. Maubos din yung isa. Diba? Yung load ng isa,
Di ba
meron
gusto nila, sir, mas madaming anak.
Pinagsagastos talaga yung local government. So we are very thankful for our mayor then to supply that. Then all teachers were given 500 pesos load and lahat ay nabigyan ng laptop.
To clarify, sir, these are enrolled students yung binigyan.
Yes, enrolled students.
They have to be enrolled students in our public schools in Manila. Kasi I was going to ask, technically, part of Manila po kasi ang Saints ko.
Oo. Dr. Biel, gusto ko sabihin, Mr. Sampal, sana all. Kasi hindi.
But the local government po opted na ang uunahin po is the public schools.
Oh, yeah, of course, I understand. No? Oo.
So with our new transition, no, kasi now we're doing hybrid. Pag may problem, we do online. If face-to-face is possible, we do face-to-face. For both of you, are you able to receive feedback from students and parents as well as the teachers, how the adjustment is? So do they prefer a certain type of learning or teaching strategy? So do they want to go back to just pure face-to-face? Mas gusto ba ng students the online or just do the hybrid, etc.? And how about the parents? Are there any violent reactions or are they thankful about the new setup, etc.? So maybe now we'll start with Mr. Sampang and then we'll go to Sister Christine.
Sa amin sa public schools, under the DepEd, may tinatawag kami ngayon, Learning Continuity Plan. Kasi nakita ni DepEd, there were gaps that arise after pandemic na naka-online classes. Dahil very particular kami on the KS1 and KS2. Okay? KS1, kinder to grade 3, that is KS1. Mas malaki ang impact, diba? Or they are not trained on how to teach their son or daughter. So ngayon, nangyayari, nag-grade 1 ang bata nang hindi nag-face-to-face, hindi natutukan yung pagbabasa, na-promote siya ng grade 2 for the reason na nakapag-submit siya ng mga output
Requirements.
na requirements na, aminit natin tatindi uli po, the parent did the requirement. Diba?
Mga the requirements were lax, di ba po? Yung...
Oo, tsaka ang hirap eh. You will be, di ba sister, ang hirap that you will be relying on the submitted output na hindi nakita ng teacher na yung bata mismo ang gumawa sa classroom.
So, sir, so as a teacher, no, kayo po kasi as a teacher, you would prefer face-to-face?
Yes, face-to-face talaga. Kasi talagang natututukan namin ang mga bata sa pag-aaral nila. Not only for me as a school head, not only for the teachers, but also to the parents. Mas gusto nila na naka-face-to-face ang nila kasi sila mismo naranasan nila kung gaano kahirap magturo sa kanilang mga anak. Diba? So now, sabi namin, the pandemic is also, in a positive way, it also helped teachers na masabi namin sa parent, ngayon, alam nyo na kung gaano kahirap magturo sa so, naturuan nyo, kami 40-50 anak namin sa isang klase. So ngayon, mas madali na namin papagpaliwanagan ng parent sa mga bagay-bagay sa paaralan. And the more na naging supportive ang parent. Then, on the positive note, na nangyari na online learning, madali ang transition ngayon from a face-to-face class to an online class. Tulad niyan, yung blended learning na ginawa po ng DepEd under NCR, kasi due to the intense heat natin, diba? Dineclare po namin dito sa Manila na half day lang school. Hindi naman pwede na puro pang umaga lang ang papasok from May 1 to May 30. So ang ginawa namin, we shifted from face-to-face, from blended learning. May bata kami na nag-face-to-face, may bata kami na nag-online. Sabay yun. Now, first and second week, ang pang-umaga ang face-to-face. Monday to Wednesday, ang face-to-face nila. Thursday, Friday, online sila. Yung panghapon naman, baligtad, Monday to Wednesday, sila ay naka-online. Thursday, Friday nila is face-to-face. Then, on the third and fourth week of the month, palit naman sila ng schedule. So, gano'n, madali ang transition. Now, we also identified who among our learners ang may internet connectivity at wala. Kasi wala na kami palibreng internet load sa bata kasi face-to-face na. So, lahat ngayon ng bata na walang load, pinawian namin sila ng printed modules.
Okay.
Now,
Sige.
pagpasok nila...
Sir, sorry to cut you pero if ever po, so that in the interest of time, no? Say you already talked about feedback of the teachers, you talked about feedback of the parents, they see already the importance of doing face-to-face, no? Tsaka yung teachers. How about the students? Maybe the older ones. Have you had any feedback with them na, we want to go back na po talaga face-to-face, or mas gusto nila ang online?
Sa totoo lang, ang bata, mas gusto nila face-to-face. Kasi may chance silang makaulit sa mga klase.
How about in your case, sister? I don't know if yung mentality kasi ng students in a private institution, if it will be the same, whether they would want your back to face-to-face.
I think it does not differ, no? It's the same. Children or students or kids would be the same. But that need for socialization, the need to see friends. Yun ang, although no, they see each other, but it's different to be hugging. But of course, Yun yung fear namin eh. Kasi lalo sa maliliit, alam mo yan, holding hands, they will hug, yun yung fear at the beginning. No,
Yes.
coming from
Saka they're not very conscious in terms of
yes. But
washing.
tutok lang talaga. No? They really a lot of orientation, a lot of really strict handling no at the beginning. No, but although I guess nandun pa rin distancing, there's a little bit of consciousness. But just like what Mr. Sampang said, what we saw when they came back, no, at the beginning of the classes is really difficulty also in reading. They're not used to writing anymore, no, and also in terms of assessment, you don't really know eh. Doon nag-increase ang mga year-end awards, merit awards, kasi nga it's output eh, no? But there really has to be a way of assessing, no? Assessing the work pag online. But generally, there were also a lot of the difficulty really of our parents. The whole time we were in pandemic, we had parenting solutions. We had online parenting solutions, different scenarios for our parents, just to help them cope with the pandemic and to journey with their children. And that was the difficulty also, the different ways our students handled the online learning. So some became really just were cooped up in their home and in their rooms, ganyan, and that feeling of our students express it. Sometimes the high level of anxiety, the feeling of the loneliness, no, the helplessness. It's different when they have someone whom they can talk with physically. No, it's at that age, no, lalo na yung mga high school, malakas sa kanila yon. For the parents at the beginning, they were a little bit resistant, because of the fear, again, the fear of infection, and that their children were not vaccinated, they cannot be vaccinated. So although eventually, we were able to convince them also, there was a time that we said it is not only, it is more actually protecting your child if he or she is non-vaccinated, and then they come to school more, they are more to be prone for infection, kasi the rest, So I think transition-wise, we were, except for the fear, the anxiety. So at the beginning of the school year, we had mga forums with doctors explaining the need also for vaccination also, and how we can better prepare. So that is what we did. We had humidifiers also, everything to be able just to show that we are protecting. But definitely, the need to come back was there. Although we did it in phases, para lang hindi mabigla. But eventually, until now, when they come back, still, it will be really full on-site for our high school. But grade school, may request ang parents. Pwede pa rin ba daw na yung Wednesdays, it would be an online learning for them. It's actually like an activity day. Yung mga activities sila done online. So yun na lang yung aming concession with the parents. I think also for them, it's also a break. Naging mahirap din para sa mga parents namin. They had to shift also their working patterns, their working schedule. Kasi kailangan nila samahan ng mga bata. Some had to give up also work because there's no one who could accompany. So now, ang difficulty lang namin ngayon, Dr. Biel, pag ang isang parent may grade school na anak at may high school na anak, pag ang grade school magsabi na online, pero papapasukin namin ang high school na anak, yun, mahirap sa kanya i-balance yun kasi kailangan niyang may tao sa bahay kasi yung isang anak nandoon, and yet you have to bring home the daughter who has to go to school. So pag mga ganyan, sabi ko na sa principals, if the reason question it that why is high school coming to school? Why is grade school or the other way around? Why is high school online and why are you're sending the little ones to school? And then just tell them if the one giving that complaint is a parent who has both grade school and high school, ask them what do they prefer. Yun lang, we really have to be flexible at this point in time. We cannot really go back to strict.
You ask for their preferences. na
Yes,
delegate.
oo.
So it's very lax na nga, parang pwedeng ganito as long as you can reason out or there's an excuse so why they want to do it this way. Swerte
Yes.
naman ng mga magulang na ngayon.
Hindi katulad ng panahon mo.
Strict, pasok.
Oo. Pero hindi, di ba, Mr. Sampang, I think if we're talking about welfare now, more so for the mental, kasi you know that, no? That has been really, for the past 2 years, you have really been talking about the mental health. And that's why mental health really has become really a priority now because of the effect of the pandemic. Pag ganyan kasi, you cannot, you don't really know what's happening in the family. You don't really know anong mga pinagdadaanan nila. And the only way that we can be of assistance is try to understand. Of course, hindi yun ganun kadali ha, Dr. Vial, that pag ganon, they really have to explain and show.
Proactive kasi ngayon magreklamo, sister, ang mga tao.
Ha?
Ang hirap po. Proactive magreklamo po ang tao ngayon with the generation now.
Oo.
Pero actually,
naman.
Going through that direction, no? Yes, sir.
Agree po ako kay sister. Dun sa emotional well-being ng bata, hindi ng bata mental, psychological, emotional well-being. Even teachers. During pandemic, ang daming teacher namin na nagkaroon ng anxiety attack. Na bakit noong pre-pandemic, wala yan.
Wala masyado, no, sir? Parang hindi ka uso, nag-anxiety attack.
Tapos ngayon, during pandemic, naglabasan. Yun yung sinasabi natin na both for the teacher and for our student, due to lack of socialization, nandun ka lang sa bahay, di ba? Si teacher, walang mapagkwentuhan, walang mapagsabihan. Absorb niya lahat, nagkakaroon siya ngayon ng anxiety attack. Kung si teacher may ganun, what more? Si bata. Diba? Most prone si bata. So now, under DepEd, yung sa matatag program of DepEd, na ng ating Vice President and Secretary of Education, Sara Duterte, merong isa doon which concentrate yung tattoo is more on, take good care of learners by promoting learners' well-being, inclusive education, and positive learning environment. So tinututukan ngayon ang well-being ng bata kasi nga brought about by naging nangyari ng pandemic. So tinitignan na rin ang emotional and physical well-being both ng bata at ng mga guro.
Actually, this is good, no? I don't know if you've noticed. I didn't really ask you anything about the COVID protocols already that you have in schools. Because from what you discussed earlier, for both the private and the public institutions, very strict naman kayo in terms of following protocol So you already have a strict, you have strategies already in trying to account for students who come in sick. Pati nga sa bahay pa lang, you already advise parents to do temperature control. So you already have that. So the other side of it will be to also address the holistic welfare of our students, our teachers, our learners, or the parents also. So I think that's a good way of going about it in this new better normal, as opposed to just concentrating on the infection control. Because for infection control, you already have us as partners in terms of trying to facilitate or insisting to parents what they should do in terms of their kids having symptoms. Sometimes you have to tell them nga pag sa clinic, if may sakit na yung anak nyo, huwag nyo nang papasukin sa school. You have to remind them. Sometimes kasi sasabihin nila, sayang kasi Doc, mamimiss na naman niya yung school, etc. So, I think in terms of our children going back to school, it's a shared responsibility for us, the parents, and you as teachers, no? And as administrators of the school institution. So, we're very, very fortunate and thankful that you have this, you shared this with us, and then we have you as partners for our children. So I think we already exhausted the amount of time that we were allotted, but I think it's very, very it was a very fruitful discussion. Maybe just to end, I'd like to have maybe ask you to maybe 1 or 2 last statements before we end. We'll start with Mr. Sampang and then we'll end with this Sister Christine.
So far, na tayo sa pandemic, di ba? Health protocols are there, nandyan na. What we need to focus more now is on the mental and emotional health, well-being of our learners. Kailangan matutukan natin yun. Not only the learners, but even the school personnel. So, for the holistic development of ng bata natin, nandiyan na yung sa academic, diba, by providing quality education, but kailangan we focus more on the emotional health of our student. Kaya, with Maddox, we are now trying to revise our partnership program from moving from sa COVID to how could Manila Doctors help us in terms of emotional well-being of our students. Na they run emotional well-being seminars or trainings para matulungan ng bata namin to cope up with stress, to cope up with post-pandemic trauma, or not only para sa estudyante namin, especially for our teachers. Kasi kung may anxiety si teacher, definitely she will not be able to teach well. Diba? Kailangan unahin natin si teacher, then follow ang estudyante, or sabay.
Yes, Dr. Vial, I agree. No, it is really a mandate. No, that our teaching and learning environment really would facilitate holistic growth. No, and not just physical growth, but as you said, what Mr. Sampang said, really now that the emotional well-being, it has really become more apparent. No, the importance of it. Because of pandemic, but now with the transition, how are we still able to help out in so many ways? At the same time, well, it really has to go hand in hand. We cannot facilitate learning, academic learning, if they have all this difficulties in terms of emotional. Having to cope with all the anxieties, all the maybe fears, all the doubts. So it has still become a priority for us, although there are some other considerations. Maybe this is not a problem with Mr. Sampang, but for us in the private schools, really part of the struggle still is to keep our students, and therefore also the other financial difficulties, all this come into play, and also for our faculty. Public school has become so enticing, Mr. Sampang. We are, but that's part of it. This is part of the effect of pandemic. Really, how jobs have been lost, and financial obligations have increased, with the loss of some jobs, and I have to accept that as an administrator. Really, Dr. Vial, I have to accept that people have to move on, and also our students also have changed their residences. But I think still, as an educator, as an educational institution, we cannot lose of that mission and obligation still to create an environment that each and every person, not just our students, not just our teachers, but every personnel in this institution, in St. Scholastica's College, to be given the chance to really grow as a whole person. And so not one aspect cannot be neglected. And of course, as a Catholic institution, then more so that we try to strengthen that spiritual formation. Because in the end, that's the only thing also that will give people strength and hope in the midst of all this chaos that is happening in each of our lives. So that we just hope, we just pray, continue to pray that we are able to do our mission, continue our mission of existing as an institution, and be there for allowing people to grow really, to be the best persons that they are in all the different aspects of their lives.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our esteemed and very experienced panelists, Sister Christine and Mr. Sampang. We're really delighted to have with you share with us yung experiences both for the public institutions and the private schools or educational institutions. And I hope everyone enjoyed with us as we discussed and learned also what we have been doing in our schools para at least they have an idea of how safe and how important it is for our students and our children to go back to school. So I wish everyone a great rest of your day. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let us welcome back on our virtual stage our moderators and speakers for the Q&A.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So good evening, Sister Christine. And
Good morning.
then welcome
Good
back,
evening.
Mr. El Sampang. And we also welcome our attendees to this postgraduate course. So we have a few minutes to address some questions from our attendees. So these might be questions or concerns that we were not able to discuss during the panel discussion. So we'll start off from a question from Dr. T, from one of our attendees. This will be for both Sister Christine and Mr. Rodel. So what is the school policy regarding COVID vaccination? So was there a need for a child to be completely vaccinated prior to enrolling? Of course, syempre yung ating age group that we recommend vaccination. So maybe we'll start with Sister and then we'll follow with Mr. Rodel.
Yes. As I also shared earlier, we respected. There were really parents who were resistant, really for their children to be vaccinated, and our strategy then, even if there was really no strict policy, that they have to be vaccinated, but encouraged really. Our strategy was to get our parents who are doctors. we had an orientation. Our high school, specifically our high school unit, had an orientation wherein we invited really our own, of course, our own doctor here, our school physician, and then invited really all the parents who are doctors, and for them to encourage what are the benefits really of to be vaccinated. So simply, of course, for faculty and for our personnel, that was really there was really a mandate. They really had to, before they could go back to handle face-to-face classes, they had to show that proof of vaccination. But for the children, based on age group, and at the same time, really respect for the choice of the parents, but through a forum, emphasize really the importance of vaccination.
So is it different for public schools, Mr. Rodel?
In the public school, same as with the private school, vaccination is not compulsory or required. It is based on the decision of the parents if they will allow their sons or daughters to be vaccinated. So the decision lies on the parents, but we highly recommend or encourage them to have their sons and daughters to be vaccinated. That's why we conduct orientational forums wherein we discuss the importance of vaccination. Same with what Sister had shared, For the part of our teaching and non-teaching personnel, it is a must for them, naglabas ang DepEd, na kailangan ang ating pamilya na all government employees must be vaccinated, lalo na during the face-to-face na pagpasok na natin. But sa bata, the decision still relies on the parents.
So it's more on the focus of informed decision for the parents. So maybe we'll go to our next question. This is also for both of you. Do you already have plans of going back to a full face-to-face this coming school year? And would you, I know you've already discussed this, but maybe briefly, what would be the contingency plans in case there would be a surge? So maybe we'll start with Mr. Rodel now and then with Sister after.
For school year 2023, 2022-2023, all public schools in the Philippines are on full face-to-face classes as based on a DepEd order. And all schools have a contingency plan if any case would arise tulad po nung nangyari na sa severe heat, nag-shift kami from face-to-face to blended learning. So, meron na, madali nang ang pag-shift from full face-to-face to blended learning or hybrid learning. And sa nangyari sa COVID, mini-maintain na namin ngayon ang internet connectivity sa school.
How about you, Sister, for Saint School?
Yes,
Is it full face?
For this coming school, well, we have classes only begin on August 14. So as decided by our high school unit, they'll really go full face-to-face. Still with grade school, that one day breathing space on a Wednesday. With respect to college, still, if the class need not be face-to-face, it can be done virtually, then it will be. So it's like a hybrid blended for the college, except for all those laboratories and performing arts. But for in terms of contingency plans, we'll just continue what we did for last school year. Still all the protocols, I think that's worked, and it's just a matter of just following the protocols that worked last year, considering that we know that there would still be maybe cases of of surge of COVID. So I think the good thing about COVID is that it allowed us to explore all possibilities, and then it's easy now to shift. With all the connectivity, we are prepared. So if ever there's some cases that would happen, then it's just easy to shift from online to face-to-face.
So this is considering that there's a surge. But how about for isolated cases? So the student will just be absent. Would that be the case? Or you have a separate, kasi I know it's going to be medyo mas expensive if you utilize both. So if it's an isolated case, for example, only one student will be absent for symptoms, will you be offering a hybrid or an online option for these children?
Yes, for some, I think they have those activities already prepared. It's not necessarily just one. If it happened here and then there were contact and just what we did before, everyone goes online. But if it's just one, I think they have a way of maybe doing just modules, not really specifically having a virtual class for just one person. Although, pero there are some who opt really for online still up to this time, and they have decided to put them in one class to make it simpler in a sense.
Okay.
Kasi meron pa ring request talaga up to now that they still are not comfortable of bringing their children to school.
How about in public schools, Mr. Rodel? Is it the same? Would you still be offering online classes?
For now, we are also kahit yung mga batang nag-face-to-face namin, kasi I advocate online classes, especially asynchronous class, posting of enrichment.
Yeah.
So I think we're just having some connectivity issues. Can you still hear me, Sister Christine?
Yes, 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 I
Ako,
can. I think. Ayan,
Ayan,
Mr.
Sir Bel. Sige. You can continue po, sir. Can you hear us?
yes po. So,
Okay.
mas nagiging mataas ang kanilang scores. Kaya, ina-advocate ko na kahit wala ng pandemic, walang
Hang ulit si Mr. Simpan.
Sige. Okay, I think we're having some connectivity issues, no? Pero basically, you've already outlined a very comprehensive protocol in terms of developing infection control for our students, our children,
of learning.
for parents. Yes, sir. Sorry medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng problem with the connectivity. But in the interest of time, we will have to wrap up. I think very comprehensive naman yung naging discussion natin, even with your initial discussion and then our panel discussion, yung the discussion where we went through a lot of the other things that we didn't see with the lecture, etc. And this is just something to supplement if there were any questions from our attendees. But we'd like to extend our gratitude for accepting our invitation to be our guests. And we'd like to present you with our certificates of appreciation. First, to Sister Christine Pinto for providing her valuable time and effort to participate as a speaker during our 11th Scientific Forum, PrEP, Partnerships, Resources, Environment, and Parenting, held on the 12th to 14th day and then given this 13th day of July 2023 at Manila Doctors Hospital, Manila, Philippines, signed by our Chair of the Department of Pediatrics, Dr. Yambao Franco, the Chair of our Scientific Program, Dr. Regina Capulong, our overall Chair for the Scientific Forum, Dr. Luchi Morales, and of course, our Medical Director, Dr. Eugenio Reyes. So the same certificate is also issued to Mr. Rodel Sampang. So we'd like to thank again our guests, Sister Christine and Mr. Rodel, for your time and effort in sharing with us. It's also nice to know the hurdles that our education system went through, not just the medicals. So that's why we included this topic also in our postgraduate course. So we'd like to thank everyone again for being with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
To help us facilitate our discussion, let us welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Sylvia Estrada.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Sylvia Estrada, a pediatric endocrinologist, and I will be your moderator for this panel discussion on obesity. Today, we are privileged to be joined by two experts to share their knowledge on childhood obesity, a continuing pandemic worldwide. Our first speaker, Dr. Shok Swan Chan Kwa, is a graduate of UP College of Medicine. She is also a Master of Science in Clinical Medicine. After her pediatric residency training from UP-PGH, she pursued her fellowship training in pediatric endocrinology at the University of California, San Diego. Dr. Kua is a past president of the Philippine Association for the Study of Overweight and Obesity, as well as a past president of the Philippine Society of Pediatric Metabolism and Endocrinology. Currently, she is the chief of the section of pediatric endocrinology at the Cardinal Santos Medical Center, an attending pediatric endocrinologist at the UPPGH, and an active consultant of the Manila Doctors Hospital. Colleagues, please welcome Dr. Shok Swan Chan Kwa.
Good day. Thank you for invitations. And my topic is, can obesity be prevented? Tweaking the environment to be healthier. I'm Dr. Kua, a pediatric endocrinologist. These are the objectives. So why is it important to have a healthy lifestyle? And what is healthy lifestyle? It consists of nutrition. That means we should have a right choice and amount of food, and we should have physical activities and also good sleep. So are our school children healthy? In the last Philippine Pediatric Society Convention, Dr. Campansana presented the FNRI data that stunting, there was a decrease noted between 2018 to 2019 and 2021. Although it's still high, no? Or about 1/4 of the children's population. Underweight slightly decreased was noted between 2018 to 2019 and 2021. It's still almost about 1/4. Wasting remained the same level. What was noted, there was an increase in overweight and obesity between 2018 to 2019 and 2021. You would notice that the overweight and obesity is already rose to 10.4% and as high as 14%. Although compared to the underweight, it's still low, but the rising is higher now. So childhood obesity is a concern because there is a rising prevalence, and it is associated with early onset of non-communicable diseases, that it's obesity-related cardiometabolic conditions, including earlier onset of type 2 diabetes, dyslipidemia, that means you may have a high bad cholesterol, triglyceride, but low good cholesterol. And there's also associated with hypertension, fatty liver, and what we were worried, it is associated with increased financial burden of medical care if you have an earlier onset of non-communicable diseases at young age. So why is it important to have physical activity in children and adolescents? We will focus on the physical activities in addition to the food choice and sleep. Regular physical activities make it less likely to develop obesity-related risk factor and comorbidities, as I mentioned earlier. And it's also more likely that children will remain healthy when they become adult if we have regular physical activities. And exercise training in children with overweight and obesity can really improve the body composition by reducing the all levels of body fat as well as abdominal fat. We don't want the fat distributed in our abdomen or the waist. So those are usually associated with visceral fat and higher degree of fatty liver. You know, adipose tissue cause inflammation, and obesity usually increase the degree of inflammation involving many organs. And if you have exercise, that will decrease the risk. So physical activity in children and adolescents, they say this is a stage of critical periods for developing movement skills, learning healthy habits, and establishing a firm foundation for lifelong health and well-being. So the younger the age that these children form a good eating habit and having regular physical activities is very critical for a long-lasting good health. So you will notice in these slides that they also build the confidence and social skill and develop coordination. And there are some studies showing it improved concentration and learning and strengthening the muscle and bone. So instead of adipose tissue, we want the bone and muscle to be strong. It improves health and fitness. So we would be able to do things and maintain healthy weight. And this is important. We don't want underweight and we don't want obesity, which is associated with non-communicable diseases, the cardiometabolic risk. And of course, it can improve the sleep and make us feel good. So this slide will show you the health benefit of physical activity. So you would note that it includes academic performance, muscle fitness, cardiometabolic health, bone strength, as well as brain health, heart and lungs health, long-term health, healthy weight. So why not to have a good physical activity level? So let's go to the second objective. Is any basic exercises that can be done by the school children in the classroom. School is important because these children spend quite a percentage of the time in the school. So physical activity lessons can be woven into the curriculum in core classroom subject. You can integrate with the science, and there are also physical education time that can focus on getting students engaged in high quality and regular activities. Our goal is to make these children physically fit. And of course, we can think of after school program. So there are many things, just make even playing in the school, recess time, it's also good. So how about PE curriculum? There's already curricular orientation paradigm shift from the previous sports-dominated PE curriculum, but now we will want the children to be physically fit. So self-management is an important skill. We would want to move to learn and learn to move. So we will learn the skill and technique and acquisition of understanding why it is important to have physical fitness. We want good health. So this is a learning outcome. So the K-12 PE curriculum prioritize the following standard: habitual physical activities participation to achieve and maintain health enhancing level of fitness. Competence in movement and motor skill requisite to various physical activity performances. Valuing physical activities for enjoyment, challenge, social interaction, and career opportunity. Understanding various movement concepts, principles, strategies, and tactics as they apply to the learning of physical activities. And if the student, we would like them to acquire the knowledge, understanding, and skill so they can live an active life for fitness and good health. So fitness and movement education content is a call. And we would like to include the value, knowledge, skill, and experiences in physical activities participation in order to achieve and maintain health-related fitness. So these are the components of fitness. You want the strength of the muscle, flexibility, cardiovascular endurance, muscular endurance, as well as a body composition, less adiposity, especially that in the abdomen. And of course, we want to optimize health, good health, to instill an understanding why health-related fitness is important so that the learner can translate the fitness knowledge into action and take care of themselves. So fitness education is a curriculum approach emphasizes teaching them the science between why they need to be physically active in their lives. We know nowadays children are very sedentary, particularly during pandemic. So now back to school, we would like to see how can we make them physically active and be physically fit. The goal is the development and maintenance of individual student fitness. Physical activities is essential to healthy lifestyle. We mentioned eating right, physical activities, and sleep. So it is essential to a healthy lifestyle. The conceptual framework for the model is designed around the health-related component of cardiorespiratory fitness, muscular strength, and endurance and flexibility. And there's a recent meta-analysis suggests that physical education curricula that include fitness activities can significantly increase the amount of time spent in vigorous and moderate intensity physical activities. And this is good for our heart too. So these are examples of physical activity guideline, depends on the age, 5 to 12 years. You would notice this table, at least 60 minutes a day or at least 3 days per week in high impact activity. But we should consider that this activity should be appropriate for age and enjoyable, fun, but variety so that they will not feel boring. So you can consider aerobic, that would be running, jumping rope, swimming, dancing, bicycling, and muscle strengthening, playing tug of war, and working with resistance bands. Bone strengthening, that also include running, jumping rope, basketball, tennis. So this is for the 13 and 17 years. It's actually similar to the previous, but you also emphasize here again, we really want to build strong bones and muscle and balance and coordination skill and maintain healthy weight. That means not overweight, obesity, and not underweight or wasting. So we want to encourage self-confidence and independence and improve cardiometabolic health, enhance mental health and well-being, support cardiorespiratory fitness. And these are also examples of physical activities, aerobic. You will notice that would include the brisk walking, and even in adolescents. So even just walking is good. And if you have vigorous, that means it's more than walking, maybe running, but of course we consider safety measure. Jumping rope. Nowadays, I think there are less people jumping rope, but I think we can have that. A rope is not expensive. Or Filipinos are very good in dancing, just have vigorous dancing. Okay. How about muscle strengthening? Some resistance exercise using the resistance bands. And you can also consider running, jumping rope, that can also strengthening our bone. So overall physical activities interventions should be designed to preserve lean body mass, be tailored on the basis of preference of the child. So each one may have a different preference, but you can have choices. Our goal is to improve the physical fitness and decrease abdominal obesity or adiposity. They can be aerobic, but we have to be realistic in intensity and duration. So consider the age. Don't forget, be fun and develop a level of activities that can be maintained. So these are some photo I downloaded. So you would see, you can have a space, a classroom, and just stretching. And this one is, I got it from the STI. You can just fill the empty bottle with water and you can raise your arm. So you don't have expensive gadgets. And of course, there are some places they utilize the ball, and there are that they also have the bike. But even just standing, throwing the ball, you can do many things and be innovative and consider our budget, but we can do many things. So school is important. We want to ensure classroom safety measure, promote active recess time. There are some patients, when I ask, what's your favorite subject? They would say recess. Of course, some would say PE. But recess time, you can make recess time fun and be active. But I will also want we should have safety measure and we should teach and provide resuscitation emergency measures. So in the school. So provide also wellness program for faculty and staff. The teachers should also know we will also make our teacher healthy. This could be serving to boost the faculty and staff health and building school-wide enthusiasm for student-focused program. Teaching markers like body mass index. Teacher can learn, or the school physician or nurse can learn how to make sure they can measure the height and weight and compute for the body mass index, which is considered weight in kilogram divided by height in meter square. And there is a WHO growth, the BMI chart, we can plot it there. So we would know how healthy are school children. So this other graph, it's gender related for boys or for girls. It can be based on percentile or based on the Z-score. We would like most of them within this 0, not more than +1, not less than -2. So you're here. So if you are +1, that is overweight. +2, it's obesity. But you will consider some people athletic may be having +1 BMI, but no abdominal adiposity. It is muscle and bone. So it's okay. But just make sure. So that's why I would also say, aside from computing for body mass index, take the waistline. You can also consider the hip, but waist is important. Generally, there are some studies say healthy waistline is keep your waistline 1/2 of your height. If you're 60 inches, a healthy waistline, you keep it less than 30 inches. Okay? So, of course, if we have BP apparatus, I would advise you also check it and see what is the BP, especially among those who are obese children after exercise, would the BP rise, and what is the pulse rate. Okay? So at least try to get the weight, height, compute for the BMI, and plot it in the growth chart. For the doctor, for the nurses, for the school physician or teacher, this is very useful, not expensive. You can download it for free. And not just taking and recording it. It's important to monitor progress and evaluation. If a child is obese, after physical activities, 3 months or 1 sem, is the weight going to the normal range or still high? Because that might require, if they are still obese, that might require consulting a doctor and to see if there are obesity associated cardiometabolic risks such as hypertension, dyslipidemia, or prediabetes or diabetes. So we want to make sure if they're underweight, are they gaining weight? If they're overweight and obese, are they losing the excess fat tissue? So improvement, we would like to see improvement. We would like these school children to be physically fit and less medical risk. So I mentioned safety precautions, some resuscitation measure. So it would be nice that at least there are people in the school also know how to resuscitate CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation if it's needed. So our health education consider regular physical activities, healthy eating habit, risk identified risk of obesity. Nutrition support, let's say school physician, administrators, teacher or staff member, they will emphasize healthy food option. Water, clean water is important. We do not encourage too much sugar added drinks. And we encourage that these children learn to taste, learn to eat variety of vegetable and fruits. Fruits in moderation. We have to know some fruits, if they are higher in glycemic index, very sweet, we can still eat but less in amount or share it with others. So learn to eat whole grain, oatmeal, you can have also wheat bread. Learn to taste it. Of course, some people will complain wheat bread is not it's not easy to eat or chew. They would prefer the white bread. you can eat a small amount if it's you are not used to it yet. So just start tasting and know what are the protein aside from the animal source. You can have the plant source or like beans and nuts. But if it's a young child, you just make sure they do not get choked with the small nuts. So here, physical activities promotion. So not only PE, but you can have after-school sports program and certain recess activities. So collaboration with school staff, I mentioned, we need to have some policy on healthy environment and make sure safety measure and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And of course, involving parents and having community engagement is very important. Particular, I would say parent, if we start teaching our children good eating habit from the start, young age, even before preschool age is very important. So informational session and workshop for parents. And try to teach them also the balanced diet, Pinggan Pinoy, and variety of vegetable and fruits. Many children nowadays, they are not eating vegetable. We are eating like habit are also westernized and a lot of fast food. You still can eat fast food, but we have to learn to have more choices, healthy choices of food. And then a community wellness and fitness program. We can involve the community and hopefully we have some safe public places that the children can play. So let's go to the third objective. How do we enhance the environment to be conducive to physical movement? This like I got from the website, you will notice here, move to learn, learn to move. So consider some instructional support, and of course we need administrative support, and we need home and community support, public and private partnership. Our goal is lifelong fitness with the body management, movement skill, rhythm and dance, and games and sports, make it fun. And of course, we want these children to be physically fit. So there are ways to enhance our environment. So it's not only a person, aside from school, we would like to have community involvement. So safe and spacious park, public places, and of course the family. So involve the parents, and I always tell the children, they can try to do some household chores, even simple one. They can massage the mama, papa. The parents can play and exercise with the children, good for themselves too. Just make sure it's fun and have you can do the physical activities together. And there are some studies really showing you can go to the CDC site to active student equal better learner. So with the family community engagement, we will increase the physical activity during the school and have a good physical education, and can be the physical activities can be before the classes or after school. There's some games they can play together, and also take care of our staff and let them get involved. So can obesity be prevented? We have to understand what factor contribute to obesity. Definitely, there's genetic component. In fact, if obesity occur before 5 years of age or 2 years of age, we have to consider some monogenic or gene problem mutation. And there are some syndrome like Prader-Willi syndrome. During infancy, they're so weak, hypotonia, but after infancy, enormous appetite, and they continue to gain much weight in fat tissue, and they are not growing in height. But there's also they can also have neurodevelopmental abnormality and malformation. Of course, they can consult endocrinologists, and we can have some kind of therapies, including growth hormone, that can decrease the fat, improve the quality of protein or muscle. But we have to make sure that they don't have obstructive sleep apnea. What we cannot change the gene or mutation, but what we can modify is the environment. So lifestyles change. So if our environment is not healthy, they're not eating right choice and have excessive amount, we would try to make them healthy. And if they are lack of physical activities, very sedentary, we would encourage physical activities, make it fun. So this is the factor we can change. Actually, they say the environment, that's why because of the gene, environmental interaction, even you did not change the gene, but you change the gene expression. So we are seeing if they have a poor environment, they can have an earlier expression of the gene or defective gene. If your family history has diabetes or obesity, if they're not eating right, the children can also have those non-communicable disease at young stage. Generally, after age of 10, before 20. We don't want them to have this old man disease at young age. So in summary, physical movement or physical activities is important in maintaining a healthy lifestyle. Basic exercise that can be done by the school children in the classroom, we want to improve the strength, muscular and skeletal. We want to improve the endurance, cardiovascular and muscular, and make them flexible, improve the flexibility, and have a good body composition, fitness, and good health. So you have the muscle and bone strength, but you don't have too much adipose tissue. And multisectoral involvement to enhance the environment to be conducive to physical movement. People's very important, so start with the parent at home and involve the teacher, coaches, healthcare worker, as well as doctor and nurses. And places not only at home, but also in the school, community, and public places. We have to make these places safe. And it's very important to have a good policy government. So actually, Department of Health staff are doing things. They also come up with some infographic on activities which you can do at the various age group. That would include also household choice. There's also tax on the sweetened beverages, but the most important is we have to be mindful. We want our children to be healthy. They grow up to be healthy adults. So thank you for listening.
Dr. Kua, Filipino children and adolescents are increasingly becoming overweight and obese. Why do you think childhood obesity is a concern?
Thank you, Sylvia, my friend. Indeed, childhood obesity is a concern. We are seeing a rising in prevalence in childhood obesity in our country. And as reported by FNRI latest report. And we are concerned because obesity is associated with non-communicable disease such as early onset of diabetes, hypertension, heart attack, stroke, and we don't want this to occur at young age. Based on my experience, during pandemic, I got much more referral of type 2 diabetes adolescents who come in to the hospital in diabetic ketoacidosis, which is an acute complication of diabetes. These are related to obesity, and maybe they didn't feel it initially, but during pandemic or after a series of social gathering and drinking too much sugary drink, and they become drowsy with difficulty of breathing and ended in the emergency room and to be admitted in the pediatric intensive unit. And it's, when they come in diabetic ketoacidosis, there is a risk of death in the first 2 days of life. So we want to prevent that to happen. we also want to prevent the chronic complication related to diabetes too. So because of this non-communicable disease, because of the obesity-related cardiometabolic condition, we are very concerned. It's happening in young children, especially after 10 years of age. It's not no longer at the age of 40 or 50. So we want to prevent our children and adolescents to have this disease. And if they get sick, the medical cost is very expensive. So this is added medical financial burden. So we want to prevent that. So that is really a concern. So prevention is cheaper. We want to prevent early onset of type 2 diabetes. We can prevent that if we keep the weight of our children in the healthy range, not obese. We cannot prevent type 1 diabetes, which is autoimmune disease, but we can do our best to prevent early onset of type 2 diabetes in young children. That is, keep the weight in the healthy range.
Thank you for sharing the current situation on obesity and its consequences. Would you like to explain the components of health-related fitness?
So regarding the component of the physical health fitness, we know we want to improve the strength of the muscle. We want to improve the endurance, the cardiovascular as well as the muscular endurance. And then also make these children flexible. They can stretch themselves well, so flexibility. And of course, the most important, good body composition. Decrease the unnecessary, excessive fat tissue, especially those deposited in the abdomen. Or we want to decrease the visceral fat. We want to improve the muscle and skeletal composition.
As a follow-up of fitness and health, research has shown that one factor that contributes to overweight and obesity is a sedentary lifestyle. May I request you to elaborate on health benefits of physical activity?
Regarding the benefit of physical activities, there are a lot. So aside from making us physically fit, if you have regular exercise, you move your muscle of the arm, of your legs, so your muscle and bone will be stronger. Also strength. And if you walk and run, that also improve the endurance, cardiovascular, and the muscle. So that is definitely better than sitting whole day. If you sit too long, you would say, oh, your body is not moving at all, or just your fingers. So we want big muscle group to move. And of course, it can prevent the chronic cardiometabolic diseases, which include diabetes, type 2, which include hypertension, high blood pressure, and the stroke at young age. And we also, that they say, if we have regular physical activities, adequate amount, it also improves HDL cholesterol, the good cholesterol. So there are many benefits.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kua, for that very informative and comprehensive lecture. Very practical too. Now that we see the relationship and importance of physical activity and the maintenance of health and well-being, let us encourage our children to move more. Do you know that World Health recommends that at least 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity daily is important for everyone. With the return to face-to-face classes, let us find ways to incorporate physical activity in the home and in the academic realm, in school, in other words. Having said that, let's get physical and move to our next discussion. I am very honored to introduce another health advocate, Mr. Javier Nunag. He is a graduate of the Bachelor of Arts in Film at the University of the Philippines College of Mass Communication. From being a former athlete playing for the UP Fighting Maroons and San Beda High School, he is currently the UAAP Commissioner and Head of the Youth Development of Nike Philippines. A businessman, a father of two adorable kids, let us all welcome Mr. Javier Luna.
All right, good day, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to talk. Before I begin with my topic, I'd just like to give a brief background of myself. I am currently the commissioner of the UAAP basketball division. So that's high school and senior division of the UAAP. It is the premier college league in the Philippines. And before I was the commissioner, I used to coach in the PBA. I was the assistant coach of Pure Foods before, way before when Alvin Patrimonio used to play as one of the coaching staff there. I also, for 10 years, I worked as an assistant coach for the Meralco Bolts, also in the PBA. And also coached in the NCAA for the San Beda Red Lions, the senior division basketball, and for the Ateneo Blue Eagles also, last 2014 and 15 season. I used to play basketball for the UP Fighting Maroons, student number 9879603. Used to play a long time ago. I stopped playing exactly 20 years ago. 2003 was my last playing year. And I started coaching right after that. So I didn't join the PBA as a player, but I did join the professional ranks as a coach. Aside from being the commissioner, I am also the head of youth development for Nike Philippines. So what is that? What does that job entail? Well, basically, I conduct camps and clinics all around the Metro Manila for Nike. It's camps, basketball camps from ages 8 to 19. Sometimes I get as young as 6 to 7. And I teach them the game. I teach them the values, I teach the discipline, and the fundamentals of basketball. As you can see there, a lot of young kids, boys or girls, they join camps right now, especially after the pandemic. The desire to move, the desire to exercise, and the desire to get better in basketball particularly is evident right now for young and old alike. And aside from that, one of my great pleasures working for Nike is I get to work with NBA stars. Stars like, and these are the camps that I've mentioned. Stars like Kevin Durant from the Phoenix Suns right now. He came here, if I'm not mistaken, 2018. I worked with him for a day. We worked with kids in the Taguig area, and I got the chance to interact and to ask questions about his playing career and his life. Also, I worked with LeBron James, the King, now plays for the Los Angeles Lakers. Went here also for Nike. I was his assistant coach in his basketball camp here. And I've also asked about his lifestyle, his habits, his playing career. And it's such a big plus and very big plus for me whenever I see an NBA star up close and personal. I get to talk and interact with it. But the highlight of my basketball career, might be coaching, might be playing, is when I got to spend 3 days with the late great Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant last went here 2016, and he spent 4 days here in Metro Manila. 3 days. I was with him during his basketball camps here, and I got to talk to him up close. I got to ask questions about his life, his habits, his demeanor, his playing style, everything under the sun. Believe me, I ask questions. I asked a lot of questions when I was with him, and he was so respectful, he was so gracious, and he was actually talking like a normal human being for someone that I've looked up to all my whole life. And this was the highlight of my career as far as basketball is concerned. So with that, as you can see, the knowledge that I have, I have some knowledge of the topic today, and I would like to share that knowledge of how to maintain a healthy lifestyle for kids and young adults. As doctors, as the members of the medical field, and as Dr. Akua mentioned a while ago, the benefits, and then she explained very well the benefits of exercise, which was develop strong muscles and bones, maintain a healthy weight, improve balance and coordination, reduce the risk of chronic diseases such as obesity, that's like Dr. Akua said a while ago, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, to name a few, as well as the benefits also, the positive effects on mental health, which is very big now, and is very something that we should focus also on. Exercise reduces symptoms of anxiety and depression, improves confidence and social skills, as well as overall mood and well-being. I will not expound on those things because, like I mentioned, Dr. Kua very well put it a while ago, the benefits, and explain each and every one of them. So I will not expound further. What I will share with you is basically how to make kids move, how to start the habit of exercise. And that is the main thing that I am going to expound on today. Okay, so first thing, I have two kids. My kids, I have a daughter who's 13 and a son that is 10. Okay, the things that I will share with you are first-hand experiences on how I started the habit of exercising with my kids. My daughter right now is an avid volleyball fan. She also plays for her school for volleyball. She is in grade 7 right now, turning grade 8 next year. While my son is 10 years old, loves to watch the NBA, and is also a part of the school team in basketball, and is slowly but surely loving the game as much as I do. Together with my wife, we have made sure that we created an avenue for them to move, to exercise 3, 4, or 5 times a week. And so far, we've been successful, and that is why I will share with you the steps that we did. Hopefully, it will become a habit for them. Okay. Now, the trick right now for the kids is how to how to transfer our knowledge to them. We cannot make a sermon, we cannot make a PowerPoint presentation on the benefits of exercise and how to make them do it, because they won't listen. Those are kids right now. Okay, so how do we do it? How do we get our message across? First and foremost, we need to learn the number one enemy of exercise right now, which are gadgets. Okay, iPad, iPhone, Samsung tablet, PlayStation, along those lines, social media, Instagram, TikTok. Kids don't do Facebook right now because it's for old people, like my daughter said. So these are the enemies, okay, of exercise. But as adults, we know this. We know the harmful effects of these gadgets, but we cannot just tell them to drop it and do exercise. That's not going to work. Don't tell them that, oh, put it down, go move, go play basketball, or go swim, or go bike. It doesn't work. What I'm trying to accomplish with my kids, and as also I want to accomplish with my students in my camps, is to make exercise a habit. Okay, so this is one aspect that should be long term. It's not just for today, it's not just for next week, next month, but it's up to they have a family, they have kids, they're still exercising. So here are ways to start that foundation of habit. Okay, the number one thing that us parents, teachers, doctors should know in creating the habit of exercise is you have to be the example. You have to move yourself. The doctor, the PE teacher, if you're a PE teacher, the parents, you have to move. You cannot just tell the kid, oh, you move. Lumabas ka, maglaro ka. While they see you just flicking through channels or watching Netflix, eating a lot of junk food. So, anong magagawa ng bata? So, you have to be the example first. Being the example, that doesn't mean that you show them one day and then tomorrow you're again with your with that habit of just sitting on the couch, just eating junk food, and you just commanding them to do. They're not going to follow you. They're not going to do that. Okay, kids are very perceptive. Kids are very visual as well. They will follow what they see. Okay, so you have to move. You have to set the example, and you set the example regularly, not just one day. So it's as simple as you changing to your workout clothes on the first day and going outside, and then coming back, you're perspired already. See that? You're not going to even tell them to exercise. You have to show them that exercise is important to you. Okay? So don't even mention anything about exercise. Change the workout clothes, do it today. Tomorrow, do it as well. Or you can do it MWF or during the weekends if you're too busy. But you have to make sure that they see you do it. Once they see you do it, questions will arise on why do you keep on doing this? Okay, so show them that you are consistent, you're moving, you're sweating it out. It will trigger questions in their mind that, this might be important to my dad or to my mom or to the teacher who they see jogging after class. Okay, so those things, those questions, those are questions that they will answer. They will ask you, or they will answer for themselves. So, but it starts with you showing them. I'll show you a picture of my dad. My dad is 75 years old already, and this picture was taken a month ago. When I was a kid, I was a lazy kid. My dad would always play tennis during the mornings before he went out for office. My dad is a retired lawyer right now, corporate lawyer. So you could also imagine the stress of his work, how busy he was. But he always found time to exercise in the morning. I remember distinctively asking myself, why does he keep on playing tennis? Why does he keep on doing this? Because I was a lazy child at that time. And then I asked him. He brought me to a tennis match, and then my desire to play tennis was born. Although I did not love tennis the way I love basketball, but it also created that desire to do what my dad was doing. So it is very important for parents, for adults, for doctors, for teachers to be the example. I cannot stress this enough. Okay, because kids are visual creatures. Show them you are moving. And number one thing is you have to be consistent. Don't just show it now. Don't just show it weekly. So if you can do it every day, thrice a week, just be the example first. Don't command them to exercise at once. Be the example. Secondly, once the desire or the questions or questions in their mind, why do you do this? And then they show the desire to copy you, set a schedule already for them. Set a schedule and stick to it. Meaning, once you already know that they want to exercise, okay, let's do this. After school, you get at the 5 to 5:30 or 5 to 6 o'clock, let's go out. Okay, let's go out. Let's leave the house. Let's just go out. Not even telling them what to do. Okay? But during 5 to 6 o'clock, we should be outside the house. And you have to stick to it. It doesn't mean if you're not up to it, you're not going to do it. No. You have to stick to it. You should be the example. There, no matter how busy you are, you have to set aside 30 minutes to an hour for exercise. You have to stick to this, that this will give the notion to kids that this is an important part of a day. This will also make them realize how important exercise and movement is without us lecturing them. By making it an everyday thing, it makes the child realize that it is essential to you after doing it regularly. Slowly, they will feel the benefits, and by that time, they will be asking more questions on how to make it better. Okay? But set aside the schedule. Sorry, you'll be the example first, and then set aside the schedule. Next step would be creating an environment conducive to physical movement. A lot of people would say you have to have space, you have to create like safety. Yes, I understand you have to move around a lot of stuff. But for me, there are just two things to create an environment conducive to physical movement. First is to take out the gadgets. Okay, absolutely no gadgets. By the time now, they have seen you. They have seen you exercise. You have a schedule. Now is the time for you to lay down the law. There's absolutely no gadgets, because gadgets will not help them exercise. It will only deter them. They will not focus anything. And gadgets is a big no-no, except if they have already had the habit, they want to jog and then listen to music, fine. But once we're starting out, we're setting the foundation, absolutely no gadgets. Okay? And while if you're exercising with your daughter, you're exercising with your student, no earphones as well, no iPods, no Beats as well. Okay? Next, junk food and snacks should be out the line of sight. Hindi dapat nakikita ng bata. Okay? Resist, take away all the temptation, take away all the junk food, the chocolates, line of sight. Sabihin, in the room, there should not be any snacks, junk foods, or chocolate bars, or Oreos, or whatever, or cookies in the room that they can see and they can just easily get. Okay? These two things are, to me, makes that environment conducive to physical activity. Okay? Now, the next step after you have created that environment conducive to physical movement is to start out together. Starting out together, starting this habit entails the parent or guardian to be with them during the first few days or weeks of exercise. Okay, putting them into camps or clinics at once without you starting out the habit will not do the trick. You cannot pawn your child or the student to a stranger and expect good things or expect them to create a habit of exercise. No. Okay. You make sure that the formative years, the formative times that to create that habit of exercise, you're there. Okay, just as simple as walking outside. Okay, when you are walking outside with your child, they get to ask questions. You get to know their day. You get to know what's up with their lives, okay, which you cannot do sometimes at home because of all the things that are deterrent of family time, gadgets, TV shows, our work, etc., etc. But once you're exercising together, it gives the child an open space to communicate with you. Like simple as walking for 30 minutes, you will learn so much about your child. And that bonding experience, and it becomes a habit, that is truly priceless. So my advice to all doctors, teachers, parents alike, if you want to help a child move, okay, move with them as well. They start out together, especially for parents. Okay, they will have that open space, that openness to bond, and that bonding, that bond is truly priceless. Okay, and lastly, my last step, my last and most important step, I believe, in making sure that exercise or healthy lifestyle for kids become a habit is grit. This is one thing that you should develop as teachers, as parents. This is one value that I feel strongly about, and I truly believe 100% is a must for kids nowadays. Grit is passion and perseverance over a long period of time. Okay. Developing grit in kids is important for continuous physical activity. It is the ability to persevere through challenges and setbacks, and is a key factor in achieving long-term goals. I will give you an example after I give you the step-by-step on why grit is important. Okay, first thing is consistency. Physical activity is most effective when it is consistent. Developing grit helps kids stick to their exercise routine, even when it is difficult. Exercise is a difficult thing to do. It is out of the norm. You have to get up, you have to change, you have to wear your rubber shoes, you have to go out. Okay? And also, it's a habit. It takes a long time to see results. Okay? And that's where grit comes in. This consistency is essential for long-term success in fighting also obesity. Overcoming obstacles. Physical activity can be challenging, and there will be obstacles along the way. Developing grit helps kids overcome these obstacles, such as injuries, lack of motivation, or time constraints, and stay committed to their exercise routine. Building resilience. Developing grit helps kids build resilience, which is the ability to bounce back from setbacks and challenges. All of us, may it be in exercise, maybe in life, we go through challenges and obstacles. And if we start off our kid to develop grit, it will be a lifelong value which they will need. And that is very essential to our everyday. This resilience is important in maintaining physical activity as setbacks and challenges are inevitable. Goal setting. Developing grit helps kids set and achieve goals. By setting goals for physical activity, kids can work towards achieving long-term success. Goal setting also helps kids stay motivated. If there's a goal, they will have to get it. They will have to fight to get it. And stay focused on their exercise routine. Lastly is building confidence. Developing grit helps kids build confidence in their ability to achieve their goals. As kids stick to their exercise routine and see progress, they build confidence in their ability to maintain physical activity and fight obesity. I will give you an example, a simple example on how to develop it. For example, you've started already all the steps. You've watched you exercise, you set a schedule already, created an environment conducive to physical activity. And now you're developing it. For example, just as simple as walking with your daughter or with your child for parents. Okay, you set that walking time to 20 minutes. On the 10th or 15th minute mark, your kids will complain. Oh, this is too long already, Mom. I want to go. I want to go home already. Let's just go home. Or let's just have Kuya pick us up if you have a driver. Okay. Now, for adults, for us adults, for moms, for dads, for parents, for teachers, this is such a vital time in their development. It's either you will give in to the request. Oh yeah, you had enough already. Come on, let's go. Let's call Kuya. Or you would say, no, you have 5 more minutes left. Let's finish this. That small thing, that small instance, is a building block to developing grit. It's a building block for a lifelong value of not giving up. You finish the 20 minutes, they will have a sense of accomplishment. And that is the reason why you should exercise together first. Because there will be obstacles along the way. Kids won't know how to deal with such obstacles. But if you're there to motivate them, to push them, always, in that 15th minute mark, those small things, you add them up, will become big in the future. And that is the reason why I strongly believe that us, as adults, as people who should know better when it comes to exercise, should be with them every step of the way until they get that habit of exercise. And we are vital parts and we are vital cogs to developing this habit. I will leave you with this quote. Do not allow home to interfere with work. Do not allow work to interfere with home. Wherever your feet are, we need to be there. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that I helped in the topic. Thank you for inviting me. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Nunag. Thank you very much for joining us today. May I ask, aside from walking, what other physical activities can you advise for our young kids and young adults to keep healthy?
Well, there's walking. Doctora said a while ago, I think is very, very good, is the jump rope exercises. You can do it for 15 minutes and believe me, you'll sweat out a lot. And young kids and adults can do it together. There's also biking, which is very big during the pandemic, and I think it is still big right now. Of course, jogging. If you have a pool, you can swim together. It's a lot of activities that parents and kids can do together. If you have a son, and like myself, I play basketball with my kid every afternoon. I don't teach him anything; I just play with him. So it's just something that it's a bonding moment as well as a healthy um, moment for both the adult and the kid alike.
Orient us. What is grit and why is it so important?
Grit is passion and perseverance over a long period of time. I stress this during my talk because I think this is one thing that needs that a child needs, not only for exercise but for life in general. Because in life there will always be obstacles. There will always be times that you will be faced with harsh realities or challenges. As simple as the example that I told you a while ago, the 20-minute walk with the child, around 10 to 12 or to the 15-minute mark, they will complain already. They will say, "Oh, come on, let's go home already," and stuff like that. But that is a very teachable moment for parents to make sure that grit is developed right there and then. No, let's finish it. Try to finish it. Because once they finish it, they get that sense of accomplishment. It's like they won a game because they fought through adversity. And it will not only, that adversity will not just be there with exercise. It will be there in life. They take an exam, they have to study hard. They can't just be lazy about it. That's grit already, studying, preparing for the exam. Okay, or you can just give up. Okay? That's why I stress grit, is because it is an essential value over the period of your life, because obstacles is and will be inevitable.
Thank you for that explanation. On the duration and frequency of physical activity, would you like to comment on WHO's recommendation? Would you have your own?
Yes, actually I do. I think that's 60 minutes, correct, a day. That 60 minutes naman can also be, how do I say, broken down into parts. Like, for example, if you have the time, you can do 60 minutes during the morning. But if you're pressed for time, you can do 20 in the morning, 20 in the afternoon, or 20 at night. If you want morning and afternoon, you can do 30-30. It's a lot of leeway when it comes to that 60-minute, and I think it's something achievable, something that we need to set the time for it, and I think it's something also that can form good habits when it comes to maintaining a healthy lifestyle. So 60 minutes, 3 or 4 times a week, I think is a good indicator of getting things done when it comes to exercise.
Mr. Nunag, we are all aware that gadgets are the fifth appendage of our children and adults as well. What are practical ways for children and adolescents to limit unnecessary gadget use?
Well, I'll share the example, or I'll share my experience with my kids. I give them leeway when it comes to gadget, but I set schedules. Like, for example, especially now that they're in summer, I have a rule that there's not going to be any gadgets from the time you wake up until 12 noon before lunch. They can't touch gadgets. So whatever they want to do, just as long as they don't get the gadgets, they can't work on, they can't have it, they can't play with it or anything. So it forces them to do something else, maybe be reading, working on their penmanship, or exercising. It's up to them, but they cannot just sit there and then that gadgets includes TV as well. So it forces them to do something else. So I won't already tell them what to do because they just find ways on being busy. I make it a point that I just don't tell them what to do. So I just create an environment for them and they just do whatever. At the same time, I cannot deprive them as well. So when I tell them 8 to 12 already, after lunch, they can have their gadgets. But One thing I've noticed also with that 8 to 12 thing is they get the gadgets, they check their messages, and they don't really dwell on TikTok or in YouTube so much. They really put it down, and we get to converse, and I mean, gadgets kasi is part of life already. So depriving them of such things, I think, would be detrimental to in the long run, because they will get it, they will have it. So might as well deal with it and work around it. Just for me.
So thank you very much, Mr. Nunag, for your lecture, for your practical tips on physical activity. Colleagues in learning, ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Mr. Javier Nunag, Dr. Shokswan Hua, for helping us understand obesity, its consequences, and how to prevent this. For your questions, we are going to have a short open forum shortly. Stand by. Thank you and good day.
Let us welcome back on our virtual stage our moderators and speakers for the Q&A.
So good evening, everyone. This is the live Q&A where you can ask your questions. So hi, Dr. Kua, and hello, Mr. Nunag. Thank you for your beautiful lectures. I think we've learned a lot, no? So there are many questions already in the chat box, so let's get to it because we only have 10 minutes. So it says here, Dr. Kua, this question is first for you. I know you talked a lot about exercise, but this question has to do with food intake. What advice can you give parents who regularly pack sugary food, junk food, and sweet drinks for their children's baon, since this is contributing to a lot of obesity? So what can you advise parents? Ano ba kaya ang substitute?
Okay, I usually would say, learn to drink water, okay? Because those are simple sugar and they're not really that in the nutrients, so not good for the child. So we would explain. The parent might say, ayaw niyang uminom ng tubig, but I would tell you in general, kids are relatively mabait. It's a parent who cannot resist if the child cry. Sige, just give it. Give you an example. I have a referral one time, 5-year-old child going to preschool. Mom packed 2 pack of sugary drink, and that child is already obese and drinking too much milk, and he was admitted by the pediatrician with glucosuria. That means sugar in the urine. Also, we would tell parents, guide them, because they don't know. They thought these commercial fruit drinks are rich in vitamin C and good. So we'll tell them, learn to read the nutrition fact. They are loaded with sugar. I'll give you another example. In the newly diagnosed diabetes, mother did not know she's diabetic already. She lose weight, type 1 yun, no? So she bought commercial fruit drink kasi daw rich in vitamin C. E di lalo na her urine, glucosuria, bula-bula, talagang almost DKA na siya. So we would tell them, if they would want eating real fruits, learning to chew is better. More vitamins with fiber, sugar won't raise that fast. We have to teach the parents. Okay? Our goal is tawag niya, no, yung eating right, balanced diet. No? So, learn to drink water. We are not born to drink water, but we can teach our tongue, our taste bud to get used to it. You do not scold your child, pagalitan mo, but we would want to motivate, empower the child. Okay?
Okay, so thank you for that, Shock. No? So basically, read the nutrition facts. In as much as we're talking about obesity, Mr. Nunag, there's a question here for you. What sports activities are most appropriate in weight reduction for obese children? So I guess maybe let's try to center on a particular group first. Okay, so what sports activities would, maybe I guess in your opinion or in your experience, what are the most appropriate weight reduction exercises or sports activities that might kind of give you the best outcome?
Well, thank you for that question. Guardians of the kid should know that there's no one sport that you can only do for one day and you're going to lose weight. It has to be a habit, regardless of what activity they do. It's not a one tablet and then all of a sudden you're thin. So it's a habit. And to answer the question, sports activities for obese, I think you should start off with walking first. Start with the basics first with walking, 10 to 15 minutes a day, and then gradually increase. And then once you get the hang of it, you get your endurance in, now you can progress to running or even swimming if the muscles or the joints are really not that healthy yet or not that strong. Swimming is a very good cardiovascular activity, and I think obese children and adults can benefit from swimming a lot.
Okay, so maybe just to continue with that, there's a question from Dr. Kwayo Wiko here. For children and young adults doing their exercise, what should they do before their exercise and what should they bring along during the exercise?
Doing exercise first, you have to check with the likes of Dr. Kwayo Wiko, because they should know first their limits if they have if they're sick, if they have asthma, or if they have any lingering sickness. They should check their doctors first and their kids. If they're okay, if they're healthy, just make sure that gradually you have to start off slowly first. Like what I said a while ago, you can't lose weight in one day. You can't be a professional athlete in one day. It really has to be a habit. So you make sure that slowly but surely you gain confidence, you gain your endurance. And at the same time, after your activities, you make sure that you have change of clothes, you have ample water, just like what Dr. Kua said. You have to drink water, no sugary products whatsoever. It will just, parang wala ka nang na-lose nun kung uminom ka ng sugary products. Parang binalik mo lang yung taba na tinanggal mo. So, drink water a lot. You make sure that you hydrate, and then change your clothes after, just to make sure that you don't get sick afterwards.
Maybe just a follow-up question, and this is from me. So when you say hydrate, I read somewhere that for every hour of exercise, you need 2 glasses of water. Is that right?
Well, it's actually cannot. Well, for my experience, Doctora, it's something I don't measure. If I'm tired, you don't deprive yourself of water. If you're tired, drink water. There's also athletes saying that you drink water after everything. I'm not really a believer of that. I'm a believer if you're tired, if you need to drink, you have to drink.
Okay, so you listen to your thirst.
Yes, you listen to your body. So you listen to your body. So if you're tired, if you need, if your body's saying something that it needs something, you better make sure that you follow it and you drink your water. You drink liquids a lot.
Okay, thank you. Now we have an interesting question for you, Dr. Kua, and it talks about intermittent fasting. The first question has to do with, is 1 meal a day appropriate for adolescents or for children in general? And corollary to that, is intermittent fasting okay? Whoever asked this question, okay with a pediatric age group. So two questions for you.
Okay, from my opinion, 1 meal a day for a child, it's not enough. Either if you want to attain the calories for the age appropriate with obese or underweight, you have a certain calories. And if 1 meal, you might be either taking too much or not. Also, and when when we eat after digestion, that also stimulate our body to produce insulin. So you might have too much in the meal, and then so I would prefer to spread it out. And then intermittent fasting, that means you don't eat for a certain period of time. Maybe a short period of time for obese person, they might lose the weight. But as I mentioned, but we would like, especially the young one, the children and adolescent, to form a good eating habit, healthy eating habit, to have a balanced diet. Be mindful about simple carbo. If we have too much simple carbo, we have to reduce. Maybe I would always say start with 10%. And if you are intermittent fasting, sometimes, yes, they might remove carbo, but they might have too much fat. And we also have to make sure the fat we want to avoid is trans fat, saturated fat. So I would say, still for children, growing up children, we would like to motivate them, to teach them to eat right, balanced diet with appropriate nutrients. So you can, I always say you can reduce, start with the 10%, because remember, we also have an appetite center in the hypothalamus or the brain. So if you are deprived of yourself too much, just make sure you would not affect the regulation of appetite center and become anorexic. A short period of time under the guidance, maybe you might lose weight if you're fasting. But for young people, still, we would want the regular eating, but they can cut the calories if they want to reduce weight.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Kua, for that. No, but maybe as a quick question for you before I go to one last question for Mr. Nunag. There's a question here from Rai, of Dr. Paulino. How often should we monitor obese children? I guess how many times should they be coming back to you after a first consult? And how much weight loss do we expect per visit, more or less?
Okay, from a pit endo standpoint, if you notice somebody who is obese, I would say make sure not too much abdominal obesity. And you also identify if the child has some risk factor, let's say acanthosis nigricans at the neck, that is the dark pigmentation of the skin, axilla, elbow, knees, knuckle, because these are the risks. Then, if you say it's very much obese, +3, you might have to see the patient in about 2 weeks to a month. You might need a team approach, also refer to nutrition to guide. So I usually tell the patient, no increase in 2 weeks or in a month, I give you a passing score, at least. But if they are still growing, no increase, that means they're growing, the BMI will be decreased. But ideally, we form a good habit, I would aim for decrease. I would say if you decrease, cut down your calorie, 125 calories every day, we would expect 1 pound in a month. If you're very motivated, 250 calories a day, 2 pounds in a month. So we guide them, motivate. And I always tell the parent, do not threaten, say, bawal kumain. No, it would not work. We would say right now, because you are at risk to have cardiometabolic problem, you are pre-diabetes, so we have to help you, because eating right, food is medicine, is cheaper. Exercise is medicine, cheaper. Sleep is medicine, cheaper. If you do not listen and you end up in emergency room and in diabetic ketoacidosis, it's expensive. And you are stressful because the child might be fighting for life and death. It's like there's a risk of mortality. So I would try to explain, don't say bad word. We also teach the parent. We also teach the child. I always tell the parent, in general, the children, adolescent is still easier to change than an old person. Okay, but younger, it's easier. As they reach adolescent, it's a little harder. But I have seen successful cases. It's still reversible, but it's not easy because it involves behavior. Also, we would say first 3 months is important. If you can see 2 weeks to a month, but sometimes here the patients, the parent pay, so nagtitipid sila sa PF, nagtitipid sila, ayaw pumunta sa nutritionist, but I explain to them, going to clinic is still cheaper than ending up in hospitalization, especially now after pandemic. So they understand.
Yes. So thank you. That was very, very helpful, no? But I know we have a lot of questions, but I think this last question is really going to bring home a very good point for all of us. Mr. Nunag, this question is for you. It has to do with, are there sports camps for differently abled individuals? This question is from Dr. Catherine Mady Makali Hamtig. And she said, anybody with autism, somebody who's developmentally challenged, or can you recommend types of exercises for them?
That's a very good question. In regards to sports camps, I know that like kids with special needs or different able body kids, there are professional coaches also that can do one-on-one to make sure that they get the exercise that they need, that is suitable for their needs. So a sports camp kasi is more of like a lot of different level kids in that sport. So it might not be the right fit for the kids with special needs. There are coaches within those camps that will do one-on-one training, and I think that will be a very effective teaching method when it comes to sports for the kids. Now, for the autistic young ones, what I recommend to them and to the parents is first to start at home, just as simple as listening to music and dancing, just moving with the tune and everything. That is a small thing, but it helps a lot, especially when they find something that they like, they find a tune that they like, and they move with the tune, with the music. It's such how do I say this? It's such an achievement for them, and once they get to like the activity, then they gradually increase the exercise to walking, and then maybe to swimming, but it's always guided. It starts though at home. So if they don't like dancing with the music, you could do jumping jacks. You can do mirror exercises, like you follow your dad first, like the simple squats, a simple movement. Those kinds of exercises I think should be done start at home, and at the same time, again, with everything that I've said, and I think Dr. Ku agrees with me, that everything has to do with habit. It cannot just be a one-time thing. With obesity, you fight it through habit, not just one day. So I hope that I answered the question.
Yes, no. So I think thank you very much for your replies, Dr. Kua and Mr. Nunag. We've had many questions, but unfortunately our time for more questions is up, and we hope that you have taken home the important points of good habits start at home. Let's start with good nutrition habits. Let's start with good balance, and let's also start with good exercise at home. So with that, I'd like to read the certificates of appreciation, which will be given both to Dr. Shoksuan Chankwa and also Mr. Javier Nunag. And the certificates will actually read this. The certificate of appreciation is given to both Dr. Shoksuan Chankwa and Mr. Javier Nunag for imparting their valuable time and effort to participate as speakers during the 11th Scientific Forum of the Manila Doctors Hospital, entitled PRPE or PrEP, Partnership, Resources, Environment, and Parenting, held on the 12th to the 14th of July, 2023. And this is signed by our Chair of the Scientific Committee, Dr. Regina Capulong, the the chair of the Scientific Program Committee, Dr. Luchi Morales, who is the overall chair of this scientific forum, our chair of the department, Dr. Jocelyn Yambao Franco, and Dr. Eugene Reyes, medical director of Manila Doctors Hospital. So, ladies and gentlemen, our virtual audience, please join me in thanking and giving a big round of applause for our very, very competent and very enthusiastic speakers. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Shock Suan Chan Kwa and Mr. Javier Levy Nunag. Good evening, everyone. We hope you had a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Visit our virtual booths via our Docwitty page to learn more about our partners. For this session, our lecture is brought to you by Matrifarm Incorporated.
Good day to all our colleagues in childcare. TB is a curable yet deadly disease that takes thousands of lives worldwide. The Department of Health Integrated TB Information System reported more than 90,000 childhood TB cases in the Philippines prior to the pandemic. In 2019, the World Health Organization estimated that in the Philippines, 12% of the new and relapse cases of TB were children below 15 years of age. This talk will focus on the gaps, pitfalls, and options in the diagnosis and management of childhood TB. According to the World Health Organization, the full scope of the burden of TB in children is still not fully known. The Philippines has the fourth largest gap between reported cases and best estimates of TB incidence, the so-called missing TB cases. Missing TB cases occur when individuals are undiagnosed, either because they do not access healthcare or because they are not properly diagnosed when they do seek care. To address the gaps in care-seeking behaviors, a study was done in Pampanga in 2019 by the Department of Health and the U.S. Agency for International Development. Pampanga was selected based on its high TB prevalence. The following barriers were identified. People experiencing TB symptoms frequently do not recognize their symptoms as suggestive of TB because they have a mental model that TB symptoms are always distinct and severe and find it reassuring to attribute milder symptoms to more common diseases. People who have not yet been diagnosed with TB have perceptions of the risk factors for the disease that excludes themselves. A person is believed to be at risk for TB if he belongs to a lower socioeconomic status, is exposed to vices, does not eat properly, or is unhygienic. They can be symptomatic, but because they do not have the perceived risk factors, they look for an alternative explanation. Reactions of disgust to TB are common, leading communities and sometimes families to isolate and judge people with TB. The anticipated stigma elevates the social cost of a diagnosis and deters care seeking among people experiencing symptoms. And finally, the unpredicted direct and indirect costs of TB loom large. The cost of 6 months treatment and consultations, the waiting times at clinics, and absences from school. These are all considered deterrents. The Philippines is often plagued by natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, typhoons, and floods. Affected families are housed in temporary and often crowded shelter homes. With the consequent disruption of routine health services, including prevention and treatment services, patients with TB become contagious for longer periods and the crowding increases transmission of tuberculosis. In 2013, a severe earthquake and typhoon affected Bohol. To assess the post-disaster risk for emergence of TB in children, a cross-sectional study was done to estimate the prevalence of TB infection in children from the affected areas. The prevalence of TB infection was 6.4%, which is high compared to those reported in other countries. The important contributing factors included the number of people per room in a shelter and those living in isolated areas. The high prevalence suggests that national programs should consider the vulnerability of children and the role of geographically isolated communities in TB emergence. With the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, all government efforts were focused on containing the virus. Routine health services were suspended, including those for other health priorities such as tuberculosis. When the Philippines was placed under Alert Level 1, the Department of Health reported a decline in TB cases primarily due to the measures implemented to limit the transmission of the virus. Both tuberculosis and COVID-19 are characterized by a dysregulation of the immune response. One increases the probability of contracting the other. The weakened immune status of the body can reactivate latent TB, while those with active or healed TB have been found to be at greater risk for the virus. Furthermore, COVID-19 causes early progression of TB infection to TB disease. Subsequent studies have shown that the imposed lockdowns increase the incidence of latent and active tuberculosis. Because people were restricted to their homes, TB notification rates were low, leading to a delay in the diagnosis and management. It is therefore expected that the cases of TB we will be seeing will be more severe at the time of their presentation. Despite our vast experiences with tuberculosis, we continue to face diagnostic and management challenges. The next slides will present sample scenarios and offer a rational approach to them. A 4-year-old male had non-tender cervical lymphadenopathies of 4 weeks. He had no frequent respiratory tract infections and had good appetite and activity. As expected, the parents denied exposure. Nevertheless, a tuberculin skin test was done, which was negative. His chest X-ray showed higher lymph nodes. A gene expert study was also negative. It's a common scenario where we see patients coming to us with a complaint primarily of enlarged cervical lymphadenopathies. Cervical lymphadenopathies are common in children. As much as 90% of children aged 4 to 8 years would have enlarged cervical lymph nodes. In a study of more than 2,000 cases, most of these cervical lymphadenopathies were due to viral infections. It is therefore recommended that investigations be done only if the lymphadenopathies are present for more than 6 weeks and the patient has associated red flags. Now, these red flags includes the following. If the size of the lymph nodes are more than 2 centimeters, if there is a steadily increasing size over 2 to 3 weeks, if no decrease in size is noted after 4 to 6 weeks, if the lymph nodes are supraclavicular in location, if they are hard, fixed, matted, and non-tender, if they are accompanied by persistent fever for more than 1 week, or the patient has signs and symptoms of other diseases that can explain them, or the patient has abnormalities in his blood count and chest X-ray. In tuberculosis, the cervical lymphadenopathies usually disappear in 30 to 40% of the patients after 3 months of treatment, and in about 80% after completion of the treatment. The lymph nodes more than 5 millimeters in diameter can last for a long time in 20% of the patients, which means we should not be bothered by the lymph nodes alone in the absence of any other sign or symptom in the patient. Now, what about the X-ray which showed hilar lymph nodes? During residency, we have always been told to look at the X-rays ourselves and not to rely only on the official results. We must bear in mind that hilar lymphadenopathies is not pathognomonic of tuberculosis. There are many other infections that can cause enlarged cervical lymph nodes, and among these are mycoplasmal pneumoniae, which is a very common cause of pneumonia in children, many viral as well as fungal infections. A recent study has shown that even the use of anticonvulsants, primarily phenytoin, for prolonged periods can cause enlarged hilar adenopathies on the chest X-ray. The second scenario, the patient completed treatment with 4 drugs for 6 months but still had recurrent cough. A repeat X-ray was done which showed enlarged hilar lymph nodes. How do we address this problem? When the patient is already on anti-TB treatment, the most important parameter to assess response to treatment is the clinical improvement of the patient. We look at the signs and symptoms which were the basis for considering TB in the patient. These signs and symptoms should disappear with treatment. Most children will show signs of improvement after 2 to 4 weeks, and studies have shown that the most frequent cause for non-clinical improvement is poor adherence to the treatment medications. Usually, we should see significant improvement after the intensive phase. If the response after the intensive phase is poor, then we should suspect drug resistance in the patient. This study was done at Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center by one of our residents. He looked at the outcomes of children with uncomplicated pulmonary tuberculosis. There were 100 children included in the study. All of them were treated with triple anti-TB medicines, which was the recommendation at that time. And the first symptom to improve was the appetite, which was seen after the 4th week of treatment. The cough disappeared after the 5th week, and after 6 months of treatment, the average weight gain was 2.5 kilograms. The adenopathies persisted in 87% of the patients. We can use these parameters in assessing the clinical response of our patients to treatment. Is there a need to do a repeat chest X-ray as well as a repeat tuberculin skin test? Essentially, there is no need to repeat the chest X-ray because the enlarged hilar lymph nodes can persist for up to 6 to 12 months. And therefore, when you do repeat an X-ray, it is not surprising to see persistence of the lymph nodes. On the other hand, a tuberculin skin test is done only in virgin cases. Once you've had tuberculosis, your tuberculin skin test is expected to be positive. The third scenario, a patient showed improvement after 2 months of 4 anti-TB drugs. And because of the clinical improvement, the medications were stopped. On stopping the medicines, there was recurrence of symptoms. This is essentially interruption of treatment. Now, how do we approach this? The 2020 National TB Control Program of the Department of Health has the following recommendations. We determine the duration of interruption. If the medicines were stopped for less than 1 month, we continue treatment, but it must be extended for the duration that the patient has stopped treatment, which means if the patient's medications were stopped for 2 weeks, then we extend treatment for 2 weeks. If the medicines were stopped for more than a month, but less than 2 months, we look at the sputum microscopy of the patient. If it is negative, we continue treatment and extend it for the duration that it was stopped. If it is positive, we look at the number of months that the patient has completed treatment. If it is less than 5 months, then the patient will just continue treatment with the appropriate extension. If it is at least 5 months or more, then the patient is considered as treatment failure. On the other hand, if the medications were stopped for more than 2 months, the patient is considered as lost to follow-up. The problem with this recommendation is the fact that it requires sputum microscopy, which is often not done in children. An earlier recommendation, early this year, the International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases adopted the previous recommendations of the American Thoracic Society on how to deal with drug interruption. If the interruption was during the intensive phase and it is less than 2 weeks, we just continue treatment. There is no need for extension. If the medications were stopped for more than 2 weeks, then we restart treatment from the beginning with the same number of drugs. If the medications were stopped during the maintenance phase, we look at the number of completed doses. If the patient has completed less than 80% of the dosages, which is essentially 5 months treatment, then we look at the duration of interruption. If it is less than a month, we just continue treatment. And if the patient has stopped treatment for 1 month or more, we restart treatment. On the other hand, if the patient has completed 80% of the planned treatment, which is 5 months or more, we can stop altogether. No further treatment is necessary. I think this recommendation is simpler, and this is what we usually follow in clinical practice. The fourth scenario, A child has contact with a possible index case. Which one should you do first? A tuberculin skin test or a chest x-ray? There is actually no recommendation which test should be prioritized. Both the tuberculin skin test and the chest x-ray will have its advantage and disadvantages. The tuberculin skin test will be cheaper compared to your chest x-ray. However, it can be traumatic for the child as it is painful, and the child must come back after 48 to 72 hours for the appropriate reading and interpretation. On the other hand, the chest x-ray is not painful, but just like the tuberculin skin test, the patient must come back after 48 hours in most cases for the official result of the x-ray. One word of caution should we decide to go with a chest x-ray. In this study, they did an x-ray on more than 200 children who had close contacts with tuberculosis. 63% of the children were asymptomatic and 71% of them had normal x-rays. It is therefore recommended that we do not do chest x-rays on patients who are asymptomatic, in which case a tuberculin skin test may be more appropriate if the patient is asymptomatic. The next scenario, a child has exposure, a positive tuberculin skin test, and hilar adenopathies. However, he had no signs or symptoms. Should you start treatment on this patient? Children with culture-proven tuberculosis can be asymptomatic. In the first study, 28% out of 184 children and adolescents were asymptomatic. In the next study, among 330 children with a positive tuberculin skin test, 46% of them were asymptomatic, but 60% had radiologic features suggestive of tuberculosis. We should bear in mind that you can be asymptomatic even if you have TB disease. But going back to the case, the patient had a positive tuberculin skin test, the patient had exposure, and the patient had hilar adenopathies on X-ray. We fulfilled 3 out of the 5 criteria for the diagnosis of TB, and therefore it is proper to start anti-TB treatment on the patient. My take-home messages. The true incidence of tuberculosis in children in our country is underreported. We are visited by a lot of disasters, and these conditions put our children in a disadvantaged situation where they are vulnerable to infections with tuberculosis. We have neglected TB significantly during the pandemic, and we can expect to see more severe cases after the pandemic on consultation. And when we are faced with diagnostic and management dilemma in childhood tuberculosis, there are local and foreign experiences from which we can draw answers or solutions to these problems. I'd like to thank everybody for your continued support. Please continue watching Voltes 5 Legacy Mondays to Fridays, 8 o'clock after 24 oras on GMA 7. Maraming salamat po.
For this session, our lecture is brought to you by Cathay Drug Company, Incorporated.
Hi, dear friends and colleagues. It is my pleasure and my honor to be part of this CME activity. Our topic for today is on the updates in the management of asthma and allergic rhinitis in children. As we all know, Asthma is a chronic inflammatory disease of the airways. And during the long course of this disease, there would be episodes of asthma exacerbations. Some would be mild and some would be severe. However, what we do not want is an asthma exacerbation which would lead to respiratory failure. That is why it is necessary for us to recognize a patient who is at risk of dying because of asthma attack. We have to assess carefully the patient's condition so that we would know what management to institute and to rapidly give this appropriate treatment wherein we can have a favorable outcome for this patient. We usually see this illustration on asthma airways, and what you can see on the left side of the screen is a chronically inflamed airway. So most of asthmatics would have this kind of default airway. However, when a patient or a child would be inhaling some triggers, then we would see episodes of bronchospasm and even mucus plugging. And when this happens, we would see asthma signs and symptoms. Therefore, it is important for us also to know what are the different inducers and what are the different triggers. And all this would be falling under the category of asthma attack elements. And this would be allergens, chemical sensitizers, air pollutants, and viral infections. It could also be because of exercise or inhalation of cold air. And when this happens, then we could see the main problem in asthma, which is, of course, inflammation of the airway. And when there is airway hyperresponsiveness, then we can see episodes of airway limitation. And here is when we see the different signs and symptoms that we see in a typical asthmatic, which of course would be the presence of cough, wheezing, chest tightness, and difficulty in breathing. This table would contain the different trigger factors of asthma in the various age groups, from infancy to early childhood, late childhood, and adulthood. And the following would be the different trigger factors like the viral infections, exercise, inhalation of irritants, some food and food additives, indoor irritants, pollens, especially in the afternoon. And for adults, we can also consider changes in emotion as a trigger factor. There are very important ventilatory and hemodynamic consequences when there is asthma. Ventilatory-wise, we can see increase in dynamic resistances, and this is because of the decreased caliber of the airways. We can also see increased residual volume, and we see this when there is air trapping. We can also see atelectasis when there is mucus plugging. We can see hypoxemia when there is VQ mismatching, and even airways dynamic collapse. So how do we classify the severity level of asthma exacerbation or asthma attack? We know that it could be from mild to moderate to severe to impending respiratory failure. To classify, we have to check the age of the child. So there are two classifications now, those who are less than 6 years of age and those who are 6 years and above. And this would be based on the different parameters like activity or sensorium, respiratory rate, cardiac rate, pulse oximetry, and lung function. For those who are 6 years and below, then lung function cannot be done. Therefore, it would not be part of the assessment. But for 6 years and above, up to about 18 years of age, they can already do spirometry. Therefore, it can be part of the parameters for judging the different levels. Another difference is that for 6 years and below, the categories would only be mild, moderate, and severe or life-threatening, while there would be 4 categories for the 6 years and above, which are mild, moderate, severe, and life-threatening. So first and foremost, to manage an asthma exacerbation in an acute care setting, we have to do an initial assessment of the airway, breathing, and circulation, and try to see, is the child drowsy, is the child confused, or is there silent chest when you do auscultation? And if this is present, then this child should be brought to the ICU, start on SABA and oxygenation, and prepare for possible intubation. However, if this is not present, then you have to classify the child as to mild or moderate or severe. So if the child, according to your assessment, is mild or moderate, then immediately we should institute giving salbutamol, whether by PMDI or by nebulization. And we have to give this every 20 minutes for about 1 hour. For the moderate classification, we should consider giving combination of salbutamol and ipratropium bromide, again, by nebulizer or by PMDI. And do this every 20 minutes for the first hour. Prednisone or prednisolone can be given 1 to 2 milligrams per kilo with maximum dose of 40 milligrams. And we may consider giving high-dose ICS within the first hour of the exacerbation. Remember that the target saturation must be between 94 to 98%. If the patient's classification is severe, similarly, we should give salbutamol every 20 minutes for the first hour. And we can also consider giving combination of salbutamol and ipratropium bromide, again, by nebulizer or PMDI, and repeat this procedure every 20 minutes for 1 hour. We should give prednisone or prednisolone, same dose at 1 to 2 milligrams per kilo, or if the child would be admitted, then we can probably give already the IV hydrocortisone. We can also consider giving high-dose ICS within the first hour. The difference in the management of severe over the mild to moderate is that we can consider giving IV magnesium sulfate at 40 milligrams per kilo, or a single 2-gram infusion of magnesium sulfate over 20 minutes. Again, the target saturation is between 94 to 98%. And after giving this management, we have to reassess our patient. So on reassessment, and you think that this patient is continuously deteriorating, then again, we should consider a possible intubation for this patient. But if the patient is similarly, apparently improving, and there is clinical progression, then we should measure the lung function in all these patients 1 hour after initial assessment. If the patient is severe, which means there is lack of clinical response, or the FEV1 or PEF is less than 60 of the predicted or personal best, then we should proceed to manage for severe status and again reassess frequently. But if the patient is already mild to moderate classification, and we know that this patient is already in that category because the symptoms have already improved, and that the FEV1 or the PEF is between 60 to 80% of predicted personal best, then we can consider discharge of this patient. So far, what we are driving at is the fact that moderate to severe asphyxic attack may lead to mortality or death, and immediate airway bronchodilation is life-saving. In fact, if we are to take a look at the results of these findings, we can see here that asthma deaths in the Philippines have already reached 2.13% of the total deaths, and that the Philippines ranked already as number 2 in the low and middle income countries in terms of mortality due to asthma. Inhaled beta-2 agonists are the mainstay of therapy in acute asthma because we know the problem is bronchoconstriction. That is why the immediate solution, of course, is bronchodilation. And these are the different bronchodilators that we have now in the market. We have the beta-2 agonists, which acts, of course, on the cyclic AMP. We have the theophylline, which acts on the adenosine and PDE. And we have the muscarinic antagonists, like the ipratropium bromide, which acts on the acetylcholine. And all of these would, of course, relax the bronchial tone, leading to bronchodilation. We have said earlier that SABA is the mainstay in the asthma therapy. However, let us remember that once response to the initial beta-2 agonist is very minimal or is incomplete or poor, then the combination of inhaled beta-2 agonist and inhaled anticholinergic such as ipratropium bromide is recommended. That is why it has been placed there in the guideline that we can now give combination of inhaled beta-2 agonist and anticholinergic both for mild to moderate and for severe asthma attack. So just to review, what is the role of salbutamol ipratropium bromide in acute asthmatic attacks? Again, in any mild, moderate to severe attack of asthma, regardless of severity classification, would benefit from this combination. What are the goals of asthma management? Why do we have to give these different salads of treatment from steroids to bronchodilators? It is because we want to achieve good control of symptoms and maintain the normal activity levels. We also want to minimize the risk of asthma-related deaths or mortality. We want to minimize exacerbations, and we want to decrease persistent airflow limitations and even side effects. So how is asthma diagnosed? Are there any updates? The PAPP Clinical Practice Guideline for Pediatric Asthma 2021 has just been released this year, 2022. And in this guideline, it says that the diagnostic approach to asthma in children 6 years and below is clinical. Therefore, it is based on the overall picture of symptom patterns, risk factors, response to the therapeutic trials, and exclusion of alternate diagnosis. So we use the probability index, or what is the probability that this child is having asthma? Then you can see here in this table the different signs and symptoms, and this is what we call as the symptom pattern, which may change over time. So we can say that few have asthma, some have asthma, or most have asthma based on the presence of these different symptoms. So let us go to most have asthma, meaning to say if this is present, then the likelihood that this child is having asthma is higher. So this would be presence of symptoms like cough, wheeze, heavy breathing, which would occur for about more than 10 days during upper URTI. And that this would occur in about 3 or more episodes per year, or there would be severe episodes and or presence of night worsening. And between these episodes, the child would still be having coughing or mild wheezing or heavy breathing when the child goes into play or when the child is laughing. And there would be allergic sensitization, atopic dermatitis, food allergy, and family history of asthma. If these are present, then we would probably say most of these kids would really have asthma. So how do we manage asthmatic children who are 6 years and below? In our latest GINA guideline, we can see here that the preferred controller choice would be on the first line from step 1 to about step 4. For step 1, we only give a reliever treatment, which is as needed or PRN SABA. And when these patients would now have symptom patterns which are not consistent with asthma, but wheezing episodes would require the use of SABA frequently, which is about more than 3 times per year, then these patients would now have to be put on step 2, wherein we can give daily low-dose inhaled corticosteroids. Or a controller option here would be to give a daily leukotriene receptor antagonist. If the child, after reassessment of about 1 to 3 months, is not responding well, then we go up to step 3, wherein we have to increase the dose of ICS to twice, or we can double the low dose. And again, a controller option here would be to give a low dose ICS plus anti-leukotriene antagonist and consider a specialist referral. And for step 4, we can continue controller and refer for specialist assessment. An update for patients who are 3 years and below, the preferred device for asthma treatment is the use of PMDI plus a dedicated spacer with face mask, while the alternate option is that of a nebulizer and face mask. But for patients who are 4 to 5 years old, the preferred device is again PMDI plus a dedicated spacer with mouthpiece, while the alternate option is a PMDI plus dedicated spacer with face mask or nebulizer with mouthpiece or face mask. So how about for older children, 6 years and above? Then diagnosis would be based on 2 key diagnostic features. Number 1 is the history of variable respiratory symptoms, and number 2 would be a confirmed variable expiratory airflow limitation. So how do we manage asthma in less than, in between 6 to 11 years of age? Then let us take a look again at the GINA update. So for step 1, we can give a low-dose ICS, which is taken whenever SABA is taken. Not improving, persistent symptoms, then we can go to step 2, wherein we can now give daily low-dose inhaled corticosteroids. And not improving again, in 1 to 3 months, we can go up to step 3, wherein we can give low-dose ICS LABA, or we can maintain at a medium-dose ICS, or we can give a very low-dose ICS formoterol as maintenance and as reliever. Step 4, we can increase already to medium-dose ICS LABA or low-dose ICS formoterol as maintenance and as reliever therapy. And as for step 5, we can now refer for phenotypic assessment, or we can give a higher dose of ICS LABA combination. How about for adolescents, 12 to 18 years of age? Then we can say here, again in the PAPP guideline, that low-dose ICS or controller treatment should already be initiated once asthma is confirmed in adolescents, 12 to 18 years of age. And this can be delivered by regular daily treatment or PRN ICS formoterol whenever it is needed for symptom relief. So what is new? What is an update from GINA 2021? It says that GINA no longer recommends treatment of asthma in adults and adolescents with SABA alone. All adults and adolescents should receive ICS containing controller treatment to reduce the risk of serious exacerbations and to control the symptoms. So the GINA guideline is now giving us 2 tracks. Track 1 is using ICS formoterol as reliever, and this reduces the risk of exacerbations compared with using a SABA reliever. So step 1 to 2 is as needed low-dose ICS formoterol. Step 3 is to give low-dose maintenance ICS formoterol. Step 4 is medium-dose maintenance ICS formoterol. And step 5 would be to give an add-on LAMA and refer for phenotypic assessment. And across in all these steps, the reliever would be an as-needed low-dose ICS formoterol combination. While for the track 2, step 1 is ICS whenever SABA is taken. Step 2 is a low-dose maintenance ICS. Step 3 is low-dose maintenance ICS-LABA combination. Step 4 is medium to high-dose maintenance ICS-LABA. And step 5 is add-on LAMA, and again refer for phenotypic assessment. And in track 2, the reliever would still be as needed short-acting beta-2 agonist. So if the patient is already receiving maintenance therapy for asthma, how often should response to this treatment be assessed and monitored? Then we have to check this patient kung kaya, whenever possible, that it could be done monthly, because we have to assess and ask the patient, in the past 4 weeks, has the patient had daytime asthma symptoms more than twice a week? Was there any night waking due to asthma? Was SABA reliever for symptoms more than twice a week was given? And was there any activity limitation due to asthma? If all these 3 to 4 of these are present, then we can say that this patient's asthma control is not good. Therefore, the classification is uncontrolled. 1 or 2 of these would be present, then the patient is partly controlled. But if none of this is present, then congratulations, you have a well-controlled asthmatic. The PAPP-CPG for Pediatric Asthma 2021 have posed some challenges, and these are the difficult to treat asthma, wherein these patients will still be uncontrolled despite being already on medium or high dose ICS with a second controller or with maintenance, or that requires high dose treatment. Or we can have another challenge, which is the severe asthmatic, wherein they remain to be uncontrolled despite adherence with maximally optimized therapy. Then we have to take a look at the issues involved in this difficult to treat or severe asthma. Like we have to check for poor inhaler technique. We have to check for poor adherence to medication. Or we may probably not really be dealing with asthma, therefore it's an incorrect diagnosis. We should take note if there is ongoing exposure to sensitizing or irritant agents, or if there are unchecked comorbidities or complicating conditions. The second condition that we will be talking about is allergic rhinitis, which is a very important comorbidity of asthma. As we all know, allergic rhinitis or allergic rhinosinusitis is characterized by paroxysms of sneezing, rhinorrhea, and nasal congestion, which is often accompanied by itching of the eyes, nose, and the palate. This is classified based on temporal pattern, whether seasonal, perennial, or episodic, based on frequency, which could be intermittent or persistent, and based on severity, which is mild, moderate, or severe. So this is the area classification of allergic rhinitis. In terms of duration, could be intermittent, wherein the symptoms would be seen in less than 4 days per week or less than 4 consecutive weeks. But the persistent allergic rhinitis, the symptoms would be seen for more than 4 days per week and more than 4 consecutive weeks. For severity, we can say that the allergic rhinitis is mild when there is normal sleep, no impairment of daily activities or sports, no impairment of school or work, and symptoms are present are not troublesome. But the severity level is moderate to severe if the patient would have sleep disturbances, there would be impairment of daily activities, there would be impairment of school or work, or there would be troublesome symptoms. Allergic rhinitis also have some comorbidities, and all these should be addressed properly so that allergic rhinitis can be controlled. Principles of management of allergic rhinitis would involve the following. First would be allergen avoidance. Just like in asthma, we have to make sure that the trigger factors must be avoided. We can also do pharmacotherapy where we can give or prescribe medications for allergies and inflammation. We can also, of course, institute allergen immunotherapy for some cases, but the most important one would be patient education. And all this would involve allergy management. So an important treatment would be the use of antihistamines for the treatment of allergic rhinitis. We have the first generation antihistamine or H1 blockers and the second generation. As we all know, even for antibiotics, the latest generation would be the improved version. And in this case, the second generation, again, would be faster and would be giving less side effects. An example of this would be the levocetirizine. So as a prototype of the second generation antihistamines, we can see that levocetirizine has a very rapid onset of action. There is long duration of its antihistaminic effect. There is rapid absorption and high bioavailability. There is low potential for drug interactions, low volume of distribution, and lack of effects on cognition, psychomotor function, and cardiovascular system effects. This study compares the different second generation antihistamines, and we can see that levocetirizine and fexofenadine has a very fast onset of action, which is about 1 hour. They also compared the different second generation antihistamines as for the control of symptoms of seasonal allergic rhinitis. So we can see here in this graph of comparison that levocetirizine has a better symptom control relief in comparison with that of loratadine, desloratadine, and fexofenadine. For patients who are having persistent allergic rhinitis symptoms, then it is important to consider giving intranasal steroid. Just like in asthma, wherein we have to give inhaled steroid, then for allergic rhinitis, again, it is important to maintain this patient on intranasal steroid because the main problem is inflammation. In many studies, they also concluded that patients with allergic rhinitis will benefit from montelukast or anti-leukotriene antagonist, and antihistamines can be given short-term as maintenance or can be given as PRN dose. And all these drugs, intranasal steroids, montelukast, and antihistamines can be given all at the same time whenever we are dealing with persistent allergic rhinitis patients. Nasal saline solutions can also be used as an adjunct therapy, and there are two forms, the isotonic solution and the hypertonic solution. The isotonic solution can be used as a daily wash so that we can wash off whatever elements that went through the nose or the nasal cavity and can therefore be used every day, while the hypertonic solution can be used when the patient is already having nasal congestion or is having thick mucus, and this can be used as needed. As for the mechanism of action, we know that the breakdown of the protective function of the nasal mucus would play a very important role in the upper respiratory tract infection, and that saline nasal irrigation may improve nasal mucosa through its direct cleansing, through removal of inflammatory mediators, and improved mucociliary function, wherein we can see increased ciliary beat frequency. So as I end my talk for today, I would just like to share with you some key messages that proper asthma diagnosis and management can save lives, and it is therefore our role as physicians to be updated with the latest management for asthma. Bad asthma attacks may be addressed adequately by giving a combination of salbutamol and ipratropium bromide inhalation, but ICS inhalation and combination of ICS and LABA are recommended for children and adolescents as controller maintenance therapy. Second-generation antihistamines can provide better and faster relief of allergic rhinitis symptoms, and that nasal salines, isotonic and hypertonic, are valuable adjuncts in the treatment of allergic rhinitis. With that, thank you very much for your very kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. We would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our following sponsors. Our diamond sponsors: MSD Philippines, Pediatrica, Division of Unilab, Pfizer Philippines Incorporated, GlaxoSmithKline, our platinum sponsors: Cathay Drug Company Incorporated, Sanofi Pasteur, and Sanofi Consumer Healthcare. Our gold sponsors: Natrafarm Incorporated and Wyeth Philippines Incorporated. Our minor sponsors: the Cathay YSS, Otsuka, Panpharma, Pharmacia, UAP, Tatio, Bayer Consumer Health, AstraZeneca, and Westmont, a division of Unilab. Thank you, dear sponsors, for making this event an unforgettable success. We look forward to continuing our fruitful collaboration in the future. We have once again come to the end of an exciting Day 2 of the Manila Doctors Hospital Department of Pediatrics. Prep School, Partnerships, Resources, Environment, and Parenting. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers who shared their expertise. We hope that today's sessions have deepened your knowledge and provided you with valuable insights. To upgrade your practice in keeping the environment of the Filipino children healthy and safe, we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow's final sailing. Before we end, let's check of what's in store for tomorrow's expedition.